Hello, everyone. My name is Torbjörn von Franz, and I'm the Vice Chancellor of Lund University. I have been given the privilege and pleasure of inaugurating the science week called the Digital Society. As you probably know, the Science Week is part of Lund University's 350th anniversary celebration. All in all, the Jubilee includes 4 science weeks. What subject could really be more topical than digitalization and its impact on society? Lund University celebrates its 350 years of existence. That means 350 years of scientific development. Science has always lived in close relationship with technology. Science has pursued the evolution of technology and taken advantage of its opportunities. Scientific advances have generated technological leaps. The Internet was born thanks to scientific work. The HTTP protocol enabled interconnection of essentially all information, and the World Wide Web became a fact. Scientific needs to communicate can generate a technological development that will eventually transform many sectors of society. Science is dependent on technology in all disciplines. So far, we produce or describe our research findings through texts. The art of printing was therefore a great invention for the opportunity to disseminate our findings. When the university was young, doctoral theses were written with pen and paper. First with a quill, from the mid-1800s with a steel pen, and from the 1930s with a fountain pen, and later with a ballpoint pen. From the 1800s and onwards, those who were more technologically keen could write on a typewriter, and from the 1970s and 1980s on an electric typewriter for the real nerds. However, it was with the introduction of the computer that the real technological shift took place with regard to thesis writing. Chapters could suddenly be rearranged and texts could be reworked with ease. When the Internet was introduced and the digital reality became a fact, we were essentially able to leave the art of printing behind us. We were able to switch to digital publishing only and save 1 or 2 trees in the process. We are in the midst of a societal transformation as a result of the opportunities of digitalization. It is impossible to know with certainty what lies around the corner, but the lines of development are clear in several cases. Everything from increased access to healthcare online, known as e-health, to e-learning and access to high-quality movies around the clock. The upsides are many. The opportunity to help people in need despite long distances. To always be able to see and hear your friends and colleagues. And to never having to be alone. But there are also downsides. The risk of never being able to be alone with your thoughts, perhaps difficulties living in normal reality and following the biological rhythms, which, after all, are biological laws which we humans live by so far. But we will adapt. Human beings always have. And during the week, big names in research from different fields will discuss the lines of development of digitalization with other societal stakeholders. I believe that this is precisely in these interdisciplinary meetings across different subjects and with other societal stakeholders that we can identify solutions to problems and find new opportunities. What I can say with certainty is that the Digital Society Science Week will take you on an exciting trip in the present and to the future. And I wish you a pleasant journey. Thank you and very welcome.
My name is Per Runesson. I'm professor of computer science and the general chair of this Jubilee Symposium. It's my privilege to present a little bit of the multitude of knowledge and perspectives that Lund University can offer on the current topic of digitalization and the digital society. When my great six times grandfather, Petrus Estenberg, became a professor in the Greek language here at Lund University in 1719, there were 10 professors in total at the university. Now, we are 10 professors at the computer science department only. This enormous expansion and specialization is mostly for good in our search to understand, explain, and improve our world and the human condition. However, a drawback is that we rarely see the complete picture. We dig deeply into our fields, but we miss the complementary perspectives of our esteemed colleagues. As an attempt to mitigate this drawback, we as researchers from various specializations, humanities, social sciences, law, engineering, etc., have met at the Pufendorf Institute here at Lund University. We started 2012 to address the digital society in an advanced study group across 10 different faculties. We later worked on the theme of trust in the digital society. More recently, other groups have worked at the Pufendorf Institute on themes of digital work life. Other constellations have addressed digital cultures, knowledge in a digital world, digital healthcare, etc. During this week, we will present snapshots from this multitude of knowledge in the shape of seminars, workshops, concerts. If you missed the yesterday concert, you missed something really fancy. And we also hope that there will be many meetings face-to-face during this week. Don't forget to exchange your digital coordinates so you may continue your exchange further on. I would also take the opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors who have made it possible to invite you to this for free. And the sponsors are the Lund University Jubilee Committee. It's the Swedish Research Council for the invited speakers. And it's from Lund of Technology AB, especially to making the ability for students to attend this symposium. Thereby, I say a warm welcome to all of you and hand over to my collaboration partner, the program chair, docent Stefan Larsson.
Tackar. Thanks. I'll be brief. First, I'm really excited about this. We have a great program, so I'm going to just talk about the program a little bit. I'm Stefan Larsson, head of the Lund University Internet Institute. And in brief, this symposium, 2 days, 4 sessions, we've tried to make a good categorization from 4 different angles, but the digital society is so rich, so it's almost like having a symposium on society, you know? What aspects should you pick and choose? So, first of all, first session today with Professor Lawrence Lessig as keynote speaker. And we have 4 local or Lund University scholars after him, wrapping the morning session up with a panel. And it's loosely on law, democracy, data, and politics. You know, what kind of category is that? But that's number 1. And after lunch, we have keynote speaker José van Dijck. I don't see her. There you are. And that session is on media and communication. So loosely too. Also including aspects like open access and the public sphere. Tomorrow, morning session, we have this geographical approach or link to geography or spatiality. So we have China, we talk about China, Africa, EU, India, Sweden. So add this mix because things like the internet is different in different cultures and different geographies as well. Okay, it's part of politics, so it's differently implemented in a sense. And the last but not least, tomorrow's afternoon session is more focused on the technology itself with the keynote speaker, Professor Danica Kragic, a robotics expert. So, yeah, and of course, many of the sessions kind of are intertwined, of course. That's just my way to say that you're very welcome to this. And now I'm going to introduce our moderator, Lisa Kirsebom, up on stage. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I am a science journalist and a moderator, and today and tomorrow it's a great honor for me to be your moderator and guide you through this exciting program. If you write about this event on social media, please use the hashtag LU350, LU350, so we can follow this in the Jubilee stream. And also, I'd like to stress that even though we have some fantastic speakers up here, you are also the ones to help make this a great symposium. So please, when we open up for questions, be active. Think while you listen to the speakers, what are you interested in talking to them about, asking them about, and don't hesitate to raise your hand when I open up for that, because we're looking forward to seeing you all involved in this. Now it's a great pleasure for me to introduce you to the Royal Furman Professor of Law at Harvard School, the founder of Creative Commons, and also of the Center for Internet and Society at Stanford Law School. An author, researcher, and activist with an interest in corruption, copyright, constitution, and much more. Please, a big hand for Professor Lawrence Lessig.
I apologize, I have to do my own technology here, which is challenging. Here we go. This has to move. It's not quite long enough. Okay, I don't need that. No, he's got sound. Doesn't need sound. Okay, so it is confusing. One second. There we are. It's wonderful to be back to Lund. I have the great honor of having an honorary degree from this university, and I look for every excuse I can to come back. When I got my honorary degree, my then 6-year-old came with me, and he looks for every excuse possible to come back. So I'm grateful to this celebration for inviting me here. I wish I had better news for you. because I fear I bring you stories from a dark future with the hope that we all will find a way to avoid the darkness that we've seen in my own country, the United States. But to see this future, I think we need to step into the past. So I want you to imagine around 1944, as we're in the middle of a great war and the world is imagining, thinking, what does the world need now? And I don't mean in a kind of Dionne Warwick, like, what would be wonderful, what the world needs now, but what would be good, in a very geeky sense, what would be good for a society going forward? And the answer among all who thought about the question was democracy. We should spread democracy everywhere. And indeed, if you look at the history since 1944, democracies have spread everywhere. Until the dominant form, overwhelming form of government everywhere is democracy, and today only rogues would deny the idea of rule by the people. But if you look, in fact, at how governments actually function, is ruled by the people is actually not so much. Everywhere, in large democracies around the world, the view is that society is divided between an elite and the people, and the view of the people is that democracy represents the elite, and thus a core promise of democracy, that it represent us, has failed. And global dissatisfaction with the idea of democracy has never been higher. In the United States, this is the popularity of our main institution of democracy, Congress. It is so low that it's within the margin of error. It could be 0 for all we know. Now, this reality fuels a certain kind of populism, and this populism can be scary. It can be scary for the figures it attracts, but the scary feature of populism for me is not them. What scares me about the populism we see is the growing skepticism among the elite about the idea of democracy. This question, what's wrong with the people, asked again and again among the elite, or as I've heard it put, how could they be so stupid? What scares me is this elite sneer at the populist moment. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to pretend to be a populist. As a Harvard law professor, I make the elite for a living. But this response, this sneer, is obtuse and oblivious, and it misses a critical truth about why we are here, and it misses the urgent need to fix it. We are here in this moment because of something in them, by them I mean government, but importantly also something in us, and by us I mean the people. And my focus today will be primarily on the something in us, because the problem in us ties to the digital. And I fear it's the hardest problem here to fix. Okay, but let's start briefly by focusing on the problem in them. Everywhere, I suggest, in democracies, major democracies around the world, there is this gap, as I've said, the gap between the people and their democracy. Even if the source of that gap is different, the gap is the same. The reason for this separation is different, but the separation is the same. In the United States, the source for this gap is quite specific. In the United States, we take it for granted that campaigns will be privately funded. But because they're privately funded, candidates must raise the money for those campaigns. That process takes time. In the United States Congress, members of Congress spend anywhere between 30 and 70% of their time dialing for dollars. This is a telephone for any of you kids who don't know what that is. Dialing for dollars, calling people around the country to raise the money they need to sustain their campaign or to get their party back into power. B.F. Skinner gave us this image of the Skinner box, where any stupid animal could learn what buttons it had to push to get the sustenance it needs. This is the picture of the modern American congressperson. As the modern American congressperson learns which buttons he or she must push to get the sustenance his or her campaign needs. This life, this discipline, has an effect. Candidates for Congress and members of Congress develop a sixth sense, a constant awareness about how what they do will affect their ability to raise money. They become, in the words of the X-Files, shapeshifters as they constantly adjust their views in light of what they know will help them to raise money. Leslie Byrne, a Democrat from Virginia, describes that when she went to Congress, she was told by a colleague, quote, "Always lean to the green." Then to clarify, she went on, he was not an environmentalist. So the point is, this life makes them, molds them into a certain kind of, quote, representative, a representative not of the people, but of the funders. And so who are these funders of the campaigns? Well, we have to think about people who give enough money to matter, people who give enough so that when a candidate is calling, they're thinking, what does this person or this type of person care about? And when you recognize that is their focus, and count up the number of people who fit that category, it is a tiny, tiny fraction of the 1%. Probably no more than 60,000 Americans are the relevant funders of congressional campaigns, 0.02% of America. So we have a system where members are obsessively focused on the interests of 0.02% of America in order to have the chance to run for Congress and be elected by the rest of America. And the consequence of that system, obviously, is to produce a democracy that is responsive to these funders, and maybe only. The study published by Princeton, which is a Harvard professor I'm not supposed to talk about, so we'll put that off the stage quickly, by Martin Gillens and Ben Page. This is the largest empirical study of the actual decisions of our government in the history of political science. And what they tried to do is to relate the actual decisions of our government to the attitudes of the economic elite, the attitudes of organized interest groups, and the attitudes of the average voter. And so what they found for the economic elite is that the higher the percentage of the economic elite who support something, the more likely it is that policy was actually enacted. This is the relationship you would expect. The more who support something, the more likely it is it gets passed. It's pretty similar for organized interest groups. The more who supported something, the more likely it was that it got passed. Okay, here's the picture for the average voter. It's a flat line. What that's saying is, it doesn't matter the percentage of the average voter who supports something. It doesn't change the probability of that idea actually being enacted. As the authors put it when describing it in English, when the preferences of the economic elites and the stands of organized interest groups are controlled for, the preferences of the average American appear to have only a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact on public policy. In a democracy, the average voter does not matter. Right, here's the picture we were taught about our democracy. There we are, kind of middle America. We're supposed to be driving the bus, we the people. Here's the reality of this democracy. The steering wheel has become detached from the bus because of this systemic way in which we steer representatives away from representing the people. This is how our democracy is corrupted. We, the elite, produce a government responsive to the elite and one which we, the people, increasingly loathe. Okay, that's the problem in them. But when you turn to the elite, after describing the problem in them, when you say, look, the government responds to the elite, doesn't respond to the people, what the elite says is, well, this kind of makes sense because you can't trust the people. See, the people are ignorant on a wide range of issues. Why would you ever trust them? Why would you trust us? And the truth is, the elite have a point here. Because, and I'm speaking as American here, right? So we are pretty stupid. What we actually know is pretty embarrassing. We are widely uninformed, biased, confused, ignorant. And poll after poll, not just in America, proves this fact about the people. Whether you think it's Brexit or Donald Trump or even countries like Colombia rejecting what was an incredible peace deal, what we seem to need, at least from the view of the elite, is not more but less democracy, not more democracy, because democracy doesn't seem to be serving the interests of sensible policy making well. So that forces us to think a little bit about us. Okay, what I want you to recognize is that in this criticism of democracy, there is an assumption that stands behind the idea of democracy today. An assumption that once we speak it, once we identify it, will seem obviously absurd. And that assumption is that what democracy means is what we all think now. What all of us, at any particular moment, happen to think about a particular issue right this moment. And we know what we all think now through things like polls. The polls are said to speak for us. We do a random sample. We ask people questions. They feed back what their view is. And so we, as in everyone, we know now what everyone believes. Now this assumption is really kind of bizarre. Because why would we all know everything ever, let alone now? Why aren't we all rationally ignorant about all sorts of things? Ignorant, not stupid. Ignorant. Ignorant, meaning something we don't know, but something we could have known or could have understood. We just chose not to understand it. Right? If you asked me about American football, I would demonstrate to you the perfect example of total ignorance. I don't know anything about American football. Now, I don't think I'm a stupid person. I think I could actually understand American football. I could actually learn about it and explain it if I wanted to, but I don't, so I don't. So I'm ignorant about American football. I'm not stupid. Now that distinction is important because in this sense, the people are ignorant. The people are ignorant about all sorts of public policy issues. The people are not stupid, they are ignorant. And of course they are ignorant. Because we all have lives, we have jobs, we have interests, and those interests and lives and jobs are not about politics 24/7. We are ignorant and not stupid, and what's stupid is the idea that something like a poll should be said to represent us. And it's even more stupid today, in the 21st century. In my first work about the internet, I coined a phrase, code is law. I want you to think about the way code is culture. And the way that code, the technology, the very infrastructure within which culture gets built has changed. So if we think first about the 19th century, we can think about a culture that was radically decentralized. In the United States, there are tens of thousands of newspapers. Every city has 3 or 4 newspapers. These newspapers aren't linked together by telegraph or anything like that. These newspapers are reporting as they locally view them. There's wide diversity in their views. The only thing that gets read uniformly across the country are debates from Congress, because it's the only thing that's offered for free uniformly across the country. Culture in this space is diffuse. And if in that time you had said, what do the people think about a particular public policy issue, that question was unknowable. And indeed, for most people, unimaginable. What would it mean to ask the question, what do the people think? And the point is, if it is unknowable, then this idea of the view of the people becomes invisible. And except at elections, it is irrelevant to public policy. Public policy is engaged in by the elected elite, free of the constraint of the view of what the people might happen to believe. The 19th century then changes pretty dramatically in the 20th century because the technology of culture changes. And it changes in two respects I want to flag. First is the birth of broadcasting of all forms, whether that's radio or television or national journals that begin to provide the same story across cultural space. That's the first technology change. And the second is the discovery of the opinion poll. The discovery of a technique for accurately representing the views of the people on any particular issue at any particular time. What the broadcasting means is that for the first time in human history, huge swaths of society are hearing the same story at the same time. Spiro Agnew describes in 1969, at least 40 million Americans every night watch the network news. According to Harris polls and other studies, for millions of Americans, the networks are the sole source of national and world news. And by 1977, the news that is the sole source for most Americans, this broadcast news, 90% of it comes from 3 networks. And these 3 networks aim right down the middle in American society. They're blind to all sorts of important issues, racism, sexism, poverty, no doubt. But they're aiming right down the middle, and they're telling essentially the same story to all of America. And what opinion polls mean is that we can know what the people know. We can ask them. And we know because technology means that what we know is based on a common set of facts, the facts that have been broadcast. Now, that broadcast, again, is not perfect. I'm not idealizing or recommending this world. I'm describing this world. It's not perfect, but the point is, it's not senseless. There's a common knowledge which creates a common sovereignty. The people are knowable, they are respectable, and the view of the people, the idea that there is a view of the people, begins to earn moral weight in democratic discourse. Okay, and then we move quite recently into the 21st century. And the critical thing to recognize about the 21st century, at least in my part of the world, is to recognize how broadcasting has disappeared. We don't have a world where everybody listens to the same story. We increasingly have a world like the 19th century. Here's a graph. It's a little bit hard to understand, but let me describe it. This is cable television versus network television. So the black lines here are the proportion of the audience that is watching network television. The white lines here are the penetration of cable television, and the solid line here is the number of channels on average available to the audience who has or consumes cable television. By 2002, we have moved from a world of 3 major news programs to a world of 340 major news programs. And what's that done is induce a radical fragmentation of attention in the context of news. As described by Elihu Katz, increasing segmentation of audience denies nation-states a means with which to promote social integration and a sense of common purpose. There is a disappearance of the editor, not someone necessarily who's filtering on the basis of political view, but a disappearance of someone who's filtering on the basis of veracity. The ability to say, this is likely true, or at least possibly true, disappears in this space. Now, my view is this diversity is perfectly fine for culture. It's wonderful for culture. The idea that there are 50,000 views of what culture is rich and empowering. And it encourages all sorts of creativity that we ought to be encouraging. It's wonderful for culture. It's the death for democracy. Because what it means is increasingly there is no common story. There is no common account. There is no common set of facts. And worse, what the business model of this fragmented media means is an encouraging of polarization, spinning the stories to attract and solidify an increasingly polarized audience that wants to hear precisely the news you are providing. So Pew in 2015 released a study that tried to identify news sources for different political views. What they found is 47% of conservatives watch one news station or network, Fox News. The liberals break it up among MSNBC, NPR, the New York Times, and CNN. The liberals overwhelmingly trust major sources of media. The conservatives overwhelmingly don't trust major sources of media. But the terrifying dynamic was when Pew began to study social media and the dynamics in social media. What they find is that the influencers in social media context are the most extreme in social media context, whether on the left or the right. And as the New York Times began to calculate the polarization of the American public from 1994 until 2010, what they find is that the public, as represented by this diffusion graph here, is increasingly polarized and has been increasingly polarized over the past 15 years. The conditions for a common story, common knowledge, are gone, and yet we live in a time when the people, the view of the people, matters still. It's like the 19th century in the sense that there's fragmentation of the media, but unlike the 19th century in the fact that the people's view continues to matter. We are more relevant to the story than ever. And so you could say we are more relevant while more ignorant. And thus, the elite sneer. The technology has broken us up in the sense of separated us, and broken up our understanding in the sense that there are no common stories, no common facts. Broken us up in the sense that it's made us less than we are. Okay, so that's a depressing story. What is a remedy, if there is a remedy? And so I'll confess I don't yet believe I see the path to a remedy. But I think I see the first elements of what a remedy looks like. So tomorrow I have the privilege of flinging myself from this beautiful place to Mongolia. And I'm flying 6,000 kilometers to Mongolia because the parliament in Mongolia has passed an extraordinary law. This is a law that requires the government in Mongolia conduct regular deliberative polls to determine what the people in Mongolia believe and what they want their government to do. Now, what's a deliberative poll? Well, a deliberative poll is a process where the poller picks a random representative selection. And for the largest polls in Mongolia, that means a random collection of 500 people who are ordered to show up in a particular place. They're then given information about the particular issue, and the poll that will be run next weekend is about amending Mongolia's constitution. So they're given an information packet with arguments on both sides. And then they're given, over the course of a weekend, a chance to deliberate about the information that they've been given. Ask questions, make arguments in small groups and large groups. And the result, the conclusion of this process of deliberation is then referred to Parliament. And if Parliament agrees, it then sends the result out to a referendum for the public to vote up or down. Now, this process of deliberative polling is overseen by a center from Stanford, Jim Fishkin's Center for Deliberative Democracy. And it's deliberative democracy that I want you to think about, the elements of deliberative democracy, and how it contrasts with the process for understanding who the people are we have together. Because the picture that I want to suggest deliberative democracy gives us is what the idea of democracy should mean to us today. Because it is a process for producing judgments that are the conclusion of a certain kind of process, a process within which a representative sample of the people have a chance to learn something, deliberate about that something, and then decide based on their deliberation. And what we need to think here is more of a jury, though a large and representative jury, not of the opinion poll, though it draws from the methodology of the opinion poll a commitment to statistical randomness and representativeness. And my view is this is what we should understand democracy to mean, because those people acting within the context of the deliberative poll are we the people like that. They are not ignorant. They are a large, diverse, informed group of citizens. And what we know from research by people like Scott Page is that that diversity is the ideal mix of deciders for the kinds of issues that are at the core of what public policy must address. And what we need to do, my suggestion, is to find a way to elevate the examples of this kind of democracy and to elevate this sense of us. To bring, or maybe to revive, because the tradition here is a long one, a tradition described by political scientists as sortition, to revive this ideal of the way to understand what we the people believe and to make it a central part of what democracy means. Now, in that process, of course, we can't silence the alternative. You're not going to silence the polls. There will still be polls. There'll be still efforts to represent what we the people are, efforts that play on the ignorant rather than the informed. So we can't silence them, but we can make the process of understanding us better. We can make us better. And in this sense, if we understand and imagine a world where these institutions more frequently stand to speak for what we the people might believe, a fix to the dynamic that I've described here is possible. But my fear is this fix is unlikely. Because the sensible public is harder to see. It's more costly to construct. It's less sexy because less crazy. And the question is, in whose interest is it to build and to fund and to support this alternative? In principle, it's the interest of democracy. One would think the interest of government, but it's not actually the interest of the existing government, since it's just competition to the views of the existing institutions of government. So who builds it and how? And my fear here is these alternatives get marginalized as the experiments of countries we don't call democracies, even though in some rich way they are manifestations of a much better conception of what a democracy could be. That's the fear. But the hope is that as these examples multiply, not just in Mongolia, China has a bunch of these examples. There have been more than 80 of these polls run around the world. France now is experimenting with the idea of a citizen senate, which is a randomly selected senate of citizens to provide a shadow to what the French government does. These alternatives provide a hope for what democracy could be. A hope that starts by recognizing in a certain way technology has made us worse, demanding we answer the question, can this technology then find a way to make us better? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll open up for questions from you in just a moment. I'll just like to ask, first of all, this example that you gave from Mongolia, they are actually planning on they're technically bypassing the technical problems that you talked about, because you talked about how social media and how cable TV, for example, has disrupted democracy, and they're not using any of those sources. They're going straight to people show up here, sit in this room, and talk about it. Can you see any way in which technology can, as you said, be used to create that same situation? How that could actually be a help rather than something that destroys?
Yeah, so one of the experiments that's being done with deliberative democracy, deliberative polling, is to test whether virtual deliberative polling is as authentic or effective as real space deliberative polling. And there's good reasons to be skeptical that it would be. I mean, the advantage of a real space deliberative poll, in a room like this, is that there are very few distractions. Right? If you don't allow people to have their iPhones or iPads in front of them, then basically they're focused on what's going on. And if they're focused, then they can be, in a sense, forced to listen and to understand. But if you're sitting at home on your computer and things get a little bit boring, you can pop over to a news site or pop over to Facebook and constantly be distracted, and therefore not able to be forced to confront and to think seriously about the particular issue at hand. And this is, of course, I'm sure all of you have recognized this struggle with technology in your personal life too. The only way I can write is there's this fantastic program called Freedom. What Freedom does is turn off the internet on my computer. So I go into Freedom mode, it blocks the internet for 4 hours, and then I can write, and then it comes back, and I can do all the stuff that wastes my time. But the point is, that architecture, blocking the internet, is an essential part to allowing me to get to a place where I can think and focus and do anything serious. And the test for deliberative democracy is whether we can virtually create the same kind of seriousness that exists when people are in the same room and deliberating. And if we can, then that's really hopeful, because that means the cost of deliberation is much, much less, and we can begin to imagine multiplying, hundreds or thousands of these particular polls in big democracies as a way to get an alternative view of what sensible people think.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a little demonstration here to get you guys involved. This might not look like it, but this is a microphone. It's called a catch box. Anybody seen a catch box before? Some of you have. And that's because it is a box, and you can catch it. When you catch it, you can speak into it just like you were holding an ordinary microphone. You hold it like this, and you talk. So anybody has a question for Professor Lessig and wants to try out the catch box, raise your hand, and I'll throw it right at you. OK, there you go, sir. Yay, very successful. First try.
Thank you. Won't there be a problem with participation bias in these deliberative processes? For instance, in Sweden, we have reinstating our mandatory military service, where one of the recruitment requirements is that also people who are not willing to actually do army service have to be recruited in order to have a representative sample of the population. But I'm guessing you won't like forcing people to actually deliberate.
Oh, no, I love forcing people to deliberate. No, absolutely. That's why I'm a professor. This is my whole mode. No, this is a really critical point. If you set it up just for people who want to do it, then the people who want to do it are not going to be a representative sample of the public. Which is why, with juries in the United States, they are in principle mandatory. Of course, we've allowed rich people to find an easy way out of jury service. But in principle, they're obligations. You've got to show up, and if you don't show up, you get sent to jail. So here, too, I think it only works if you find a way to make sure that everybody can participate. Now, that means you've got to make it sure that it's fair to obligate everybody to participate. So if you're a rich rich person with care at home to take care of kids or something like that, then it's easy for you to participate. But if you're a single mom working 2 jobs, that's pretty hard to force you to participate. So I think there's got to be substantial support to make sure that this isn't a burden, because if it's a burden mainly to the poor or middle class. But with that contingency, I absolutely think we have to make sure everybody participates. It's your civil duty. In the old days, your civic duty was to go fight wars. In these days, it's to fight verbal wars, to deliberate. I don't think anything's wrong with that at all.
I think we had another question somewhere here. Yes, will you throw it? Yeah, just go at it once more.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're talking about deliberative democracies, and I recently read a news piece on The Guardian regarding Robert Mercer, who's the billionaire who pretty much funded fake news media all over the United States elections. And I was wondering if deliberative democracy is able to survive such media funding by these plutocrats.
Yeah, that's the reason to be skeptical. Because you have to recognize the business model of everybody in this game favors fake news, right? So, Facebook has been embarrassed by the fake news game, but they didn't do anything about fake news for a long time because it just reinforced the commitment of people to their platform. They clicked more, and every click was money to Facebook. So there's a natural tendency to support the spread of this baseless and unedited reality. And what I'm describing as deliberative polling needs to compete with that. Now, again, I'm not committed to the view that it's possible. I'm just committed to the view that it's necessary. Because the only way we're going to find the force to tampen that down is to find something we can point to as the thing that governments and people, when they're thinking sensibly, ought to be looking at. And to the extent, what we've seen in the United States is we used to have something called news that lived inside of an entertainment industry but had a relative autonomy. But the reality today is that there is no autonomy for news. It is pure entertainment. So in 2015, in August, I spent a lot of time in cable news stations, and constantly they were whining about the fact that Donald Trump was on television 24/7. And I would say, I don't get it. You're putting him on television 24/7. If you don't like it, just don't do it. And they were like, oh, no, we don't have any choice, because if we don't put Donald Trump on our station 24/7, people will just switch to the next station. So the dynamics of the competition force them to the worst behavior imaginable, because they have no autonomy anymore as news. They're just entertainment. Well, if they're just going to be entertainment, we need to create a way to have something that deserves more respect than mere entertainment. Because I want a world where we encourage mere entertainment to be as responsive to the weird tastes and wants of people as possible. I want that to flourish in all sorts of diverse ways. But I also want there to be an opportunity for we as citizens inside of a democracy to have a reflective, serious conversation about which way we should go, and to have that count for more than whatever reality TV show happens to be elected president.
The situation with the press or the media not having autonomy, do you see that in other countries too, or do you see that as a more American problem than?
Well, I see it as a lagged function in other countries, right? So, right now you can't look at Europe and recognize this problem in the same way that I'm describing it in America. But I don't see what stops it from becoming the problem in Europe, just like in America. Because there's no legal or technical or even economic way to stop this emerging media of individually driven entertainment control, right? So, you can say we're going to fund public broadcasting in Sweden, keep it at 40% or whatever the percentage is of broadcasting space. But, if people have the freedom to open up their smartphone and go onto Facebook and get their news from Facebook, they're going to do it. And what are you going to do? Make that illegal? You can't have news on Facebook? Or you're going to regulate the news? You're going to have a government agency that looks at the news on Facebook? So the point is, the dynamic I'm describing, I feel like we're the canary in the coal mine, and we have died. Our democracy died. The gas killed us, and you ought to learn something from that and do something in response, because if it spreads, and there's lots of pressure here that it could spread, but if it spreads, then you face the same problem that we have now suffered.
Okay, so we're trying to save the canaries of the future,
right,
sort of.
Right.
Okay. Other questions? Over here, so if you pass it that direction. Yeah,
Hello.
it's the black part, and you
Yes.
raise it to your face. Thank you.
Like this? Yes. Okay, so I was just wondering how deliberative democracy will relate back to polarization, because it seems to me like deliberative democracy or not, polarization will still continue, and eventually we could just come to a point where those who are just the most polarized are the majority, and then that will decide issues anyway.
Yeah, that's a really significant danger, and it's significantly probable it will happen. So again, I'm not overselling hope. I'm being really realistic about how hopeless hope is here. But here's the reason to believe it might be possible to overcome it. In the United States, the polarization of Congress is driven in part, I think in significant part, but in part at least, by the way they fund campaigns. And the reason for that is, they raise money all the time. The day they're elected, the next day, they are raising money for their next election. And when you raise money, the simplest way to raise money is to call the other side the devil. So the built-in bias for fundraising is to vilify. It's the politics of hate. That's the most profitable method for raising money. And so if you imagine people, in a very Foucauldian disciplined sense, disciplined into hating the other side, it's not surprising that the consequence of that is increasing polarization inside of the system. Well, if you change the way you fund campaigns, if they're no longer focused on this life of 2 to 4 hours every day, calling people and telling them why the other party is the party of the devil, you at least open up the opportunity for them to go back to what they were before the 1990s, which was an institution that, like all parliaments, learned to work with each other. Indeed, better than most parliaments, because parliaments build in the idea, or parliament in the kind of British model, build in the idea of a militant opposition, but the American Congress never had that idea as a central idea. There really was this notion that you're elected, but then you compromise to pass laws that are actually the compromise of the positions elected. It's possible to imagine us getting back to that. And the same thing in the media. I've described a market force that drives towards polarization, MSNBC and Fox News. This is like the best way to get that kind of media. But to the extent what's important in public discourse is not just those media sources, but to the extent it's also something that's by design less likely to polarize, it's possible that the effect or the incentive to polarize in that space becomes weaker. Now, again, maybe not, maybe probably not, but I don't know the other alternative. When I talk about democracy, I was just in France, I just spoke in France, and I always get a question of this form. A woman raised her hand and said, maybe the problem is too many people vote. we should just eliminate voting or just pick the people who should be voting, by which she meant the elite, just make it so the elite vote. Or, many people look at China or even Singapore and Switzerland, and you say, well, we just have a different conception of democracy, where democracy is focused more on governance and less on debate or discussion or argument. And those are natural reactions to the failure of democracy. And what I want to do is find a way to fix democracy so we don't go down the path of those natural reactions.
We have another question over there, and after that we're going to pass it to the back because I can see your hand there.
Thank you. The reason I'm a bit skeptical about this argument that technology has made us worse is because I feel like the analysis didn't take into account access to media, like access to broadcasting, whether as broadcasters or as receivers of this information. Because the people who were accessing this media and participating actively in democracy in the 60s certainly aren't the same as the people who are doing that now. In terms of diversity, in terms of reach, and all of that. Just to bring an example from a totally different context, like the government of Saudi Arabia, for example, funds hundreds of TV channels all around the world, while no Saudi citizen is able to start their own channel in Saudi Arabia. And I'm sure, I know that freedom of speech is guaranteed in the US, but I'm sure there are other more powerful ways of controlling free speech other than laws. So is the problem is that we're looking at technology are we trying to blame technology or scapegoat it when there are other problems that might be causing this?
It's a great question. So I took for granted something that maybe I shouldn't take for granted. I've spent my whole academic career as a promoter of the internet and technology. This has been my shtick. It's this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And you guys don't like sliced bread, but still, in America, we like sliced bread, okay? It's just extraordinarily good for all sorts of things. So what I was hoping is that, against the background of this perpetual apologist for technology, let me be skeptical about one really important dynamic that we've seen emerge here. Because, whereas when I go back and I actually don't do this, but if I imagine going back and reading my old books, it would be terrifying to do that. But if I did that, much of the argument there I wouldn't really touch. There was a very important, the point that I wanted people to focus on is the relationship between architecture and policy and the need constantly to have a trade-off there to preserve the policy that you wanted. But when we talked about free speech back then, we kind of imagined that you just open up the channels and utopia would flow. Everything would be wonderful. If people just were not constrained and they could speak their mind, then there would be lots of flourishing of great ideas and there'd be lots of progress towards a better world. What we didn't think about, or at least I didn't think about, probably many people here did, but what I didn't think about when I was celebrating this future was the incredibly important role that editors played. Editors are not censors. Editors are not people, I don't mean the people who say, this is too left-wing, so we're going to block this, or this is too right-wing, we're going to block. I mean the people who say, you can't say 3 million illegal votes caused Hillary Clinton to beat Donald Trump. This thing our president says, that but for the 3 million illegal votes, he would have won the popular vote. That sort of thing no respectable journalist could publish because the publisher, the editor, would say, there are no facts behind this. There's just nothing behind this. And what we didn't think about is what happens if you open up an architecture where it's easy to spread baseless claims and affect a democracy based on those baseless claims because the role provided by editors is gone. And that's a particular version of the problem that I'm describing here. Now, my view is not, okay, therefore, let's shut down the internet, or let's go back to the days of 3 television stations. That's the view of some, but my view is not that. I think the internet's here, we have to embrace it and love it. The question is, what can we complement the system with to compensate for problems that I think we have to recognize are there. It is a real problem that there is no check for truth. And especially in the United States, there's no nonpartisan check for truth, because truth is now relative to which side of the political spectrum you're going to stand on.
I think we have a hand. Yes, almost at the very back. So you might need to sort of help it across. So you throw it as far as you can, and the next person helps. Raise your hands, you who want it.
It's kind of like packet. It's the way packets get sent across the internet. Oops,
yes.
not like that.
Yeah, that was pretty good, actually. I think. No, actually, it's right behind you. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Does it work? Sorry. Thank you for a really inspiring talk. One of the concerns that I have, and I didn't really hear you touch upon, was the way that the spaces where public deliberation, news consumption, et cetera, unfold today, basically is within a few platforms, commercial platforms, that are driven not by public interest, but by completely different incentives, the personal information economy, and the way that that radically transforms public life, public discourse, public deliberation, that it is now part of a economic business model that is completely different from the way that we've thought about, news and public interest, et cetera, up until a few years back.
I completely agree with you. And let me just, I think that there's a link. Let me see if I can make it clearer. So when I was describing all of the incentives that are now breaking down the possibility of a balanced or reflective discourse, those are all private market incentives, right? So one way I was describing cable television, which creates these completely private broadcasting spaces, small broadcasting spaces. In the old days, Walter Cronkite would speak to millions in a night, and in the modern time, if you get 700,000 watching you, that's a success on cable news. So it's not as big, but the point is, that's private incentives there that drive to that polarization. And the same thing, I suggest, happens in the context of fake news in Facebook. Why is fake news in Facebook flourish? Because it's in the incentive of the provider to give people things they want to click. From one perspective, that doesn't sound like a bad thing. If you serve up ads for stuff I want and I click on it, that's a good way to measure you're delivering what I want. But if you talk about democracy and what you're doing is providing stuff that makes it impossible for me to understand the truth, we understand that to be a bad thing. So again, I think it's a product of these private incentives. Now, the question is, well, what's the alternative to that private world? And I don't believe it's possible to imagine going backwards. It's not like we're going to eliminate it, or we're going to go back to just public television. So what I was describing with the deliberative polls was the construction of a new public space. It's not a public space we're all going to be occupying at any one particular time. But my belief is that if we can regularize it and make it an event that comes into being constantly, then it's not a bad public space. It's a public space where we basically say to our fellow citizens, okay, spend a couple days or a week trying to understand this particular issue and reflecting on it, and make your views known, and thank you for your service. So it's the construction of an alternative public space defined by public norms that doesn't entail imagining destroying all the private space that's already been produced. And all of that's not to say we ought to be sanguine about the private space. I mean, the other big way the internet's completely different from what we imagined is it's not an internet. It is Facebook and Twitter and Google space and Microsoft space. It's all sorts of domains governed by their own laws. Somebody at dinner last night was talking about Mark Zuckerberg running for president, and then somebody else said he already is president of 1.7 billion people. Why would he want to be United States president of only 300 million people, right? So there's a real sense in which they've created these new competing sovereignties, and it's not clear who has the power to take on those sovereignties. And I think that, for independent reasons, is a really serious concern. But I completely agree with your framing, because what I'm describing in deliberative polls is an effort to construct public space that might compete with the consequence of that private space.
Okay, so we have one hand there, close, so you can grab the box, and after that, it'll be over there.
I have one comment which I think the internet functions very well to get a good sort of objective view, and that is Wikipedia, where people are constantly debating and putting this forward. Why can't this? I think this is the best sort of way that internet is working. Why couldn't this work for more things?
Well, I think you're right. Wikipedia is a great example, but let's understand the elements of that example. First, there are no ads on Wikipedia. And the reason Jimmy Wales refused to allow ads in Wikipedia is he didn't want the management of Wikipedia to feel it needed to bend its rules to making ads work. So there's no ads, and there's a very strong norm for editors in Wikipedia. I mean, if you write on Wikipedia, there's very strict rules about the mental frame you've got to place yourself in when you're writing. You've got to adopt the perspective of neutrality. And the philosophers will say, oh, there's no such thing as neutrality. Tell that to Jimmy Wales, because he built Wikipedia on the basis of this frame of neutrality. And you have to write in a way that tries to give fair representation and only can cite things that you have real authority for. So these are norms that are built into the community, and it's been extraordinarily successful based on those norms. So going back to the question for the woman behind you, that is the set of values that we want public space to embrace. But I, again, think it's no accident that it survives because it doesn't lock itself into a commercial model. The commercial model would kill it, because as its managers, executive directors would, be watching the success or failure of Wikipedia, it would be measuring it according to these metrics of commercial success. And that would change dramatically the character of that space. There's a wonderful book by Tim Wu. I can't remember the title. It's his latest book. But it tells the story of news media in the United States. It tells us a bunch of things, but one part of the story is about news media in the United States and the rise of the ability to measure what people are watching and what they're not watching. And the story he tells is exactly what I'm suggesting would happen to Wikipedia. When there's no ability to measure or no commitment to measuring what people are watching on the news, then the editors of the news show basically tell the news according to what they think the people need to see. Now, of course, there's lots they're oblivious to. They don't cover poverty enough. They don't cover race enough. They don't cover sexual equality enough. But still, they think that it's important to understand what's going on in foreign policy, and they tell a story about foreign policy that's comprehensive and complete so the public can understand it. But then you get the ability to measure what people are actually interested in, and it turns out that they don't want to hear very comprehensive stories about what's going on in foreign policy. So there's pressure on the news editors to change their content because you can measure how the public reacts to it. And, that's ambiguous. On the one side, you can say, well, the public ought to get what the public wants. On the other side, you can say, but the public needs to understand certain issues of public import, so it's not a great thing that you allow yourself to shut down that conversation merely because it allows you to sell more valuable ads. I think this is always inherent in a commercial platform, which means we can't trust the commercial platform to provide every public good, which again I think is the motivation of the question behind you, which isn't reinforcing or finding ways to reinforce public spaces an important part of the solution. It is. Just recognizing public spaces won't look like what they did in the 20th century and the 19th century.
Over there.
Good throw. Thank you. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I have a question on the first step of this process of deliberative polls. In informing people, we're inherently affecting their opinions. So who gets to decide what information they will receive to both protect minority opinions but also be balanced?
It's the most important part of the process. And so what Fishkin has done, he's been running these for, I think, 30 years now. What they've done is they've established a pretty elaborate procedure to poll interested, to interview the relevant public, to identify what is the range of input necessary so that you have what is understood and is a balanced view. And the whole success or failure of the enterprise depends on them presenting something which people stand back and say is a fair view. So it depends on succeeding, of passing the Wikipedia test, in the sense that people believe you have provided in a neutral way the information necessary for people to understand it. But you're absolutely right. That is the critical step to make this work.
More hands in the air? Yeah, sure. Pass it over there, and then we'll let it move forward like this.
Hi. This is really, really important. Thank you for a very good talk. First, vision. Okay, so if we make a public space, we need to that.
Raise the microphone a little bit. I think that might be the problem. Thank you.
So, in Sweden, we have a fairly strong public service. So my first question is, what do you see can be done to strengthen public service in the interest of truth and neutrality? And the other side, we need to protect it from, like, fake news and things like that. And in Germany now, for instance, they are proposing laws to regulate Facebook, for instance, so that they get fined if they spread too much fake news, etc. So where do you see the opportunities of concrete measures to regulate the kind of the commercial strength that might impose negatively on the public space? So how to strengthen the public space and how to regulate the commercial side?
So you strengthen public space by being creative and innovative about building new public space. You got to give up the idea that by public space what we mean is better parks or broadcast television that everybody watches. That's just the old days. I mean, we ought to have good parks, and it is nice to have good public television, but that can't be all. We've got to find new public space that conforms to the values of the public space and instantiates a real public in that space. So that's on that side. With respect to the laws, I'm all for it. I mean, it is a commercial interest that encourages these companies to allow fake news to spread. Change the commercial interest. And if you change the commercial interest, they'll behave differently. So I know Facebook is deeply motivated to try to find a way around this. But in the United States, they're motivated merely for political reasons. They just don't want to be seen as a tool of either the right wing or the left wing. The First Amendment restricts the ability of the government to actually regulate Facebook directly. But, doesn't in Germany, doesn't in France, doesn't in Italy. So let's, do it in lots of places where they begin to have the incentive to make sure that there's something balancing it. But in doing that, we have to worry about one of the issues which at the very beginning of the study of cyberspace was our obsession, which is, when we were originally thinking about this move from the public spaces to the private spaces, the main concern was what we called then censorship. And by that we meant, the decision of the platform to exclude certain content, which was effectively unreviewable because there was no free speech mandate that applied to those platforms. And so I think we need to, make sure we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, right? We've got to make sure that in insisting on controlling or them controlling certain content according to certain norms, we don't encourage the creation of the censorship model that we in the beginning of Talk About the Internet were so eager to avoid. And that means, in the context of regulating, building into that regulation the ability to challenge restrictions. So, in the context of America, you'll typically have the woman who's in charge of censoring in Facebook, who's a really powerful, really smart, brilliant woman, trotted out at conferences, and she'll describe the work that they're doing to keep child predators off of Facebook or how they block terrorists and all that sort of work. and in the context of what she talks about, it's hard to say this, but in response to her describing her work, one wants to say, but how do we know you get it right? And what happens when you get it wrong? What's the process for making sure that when you've blocked a, quote, child pornographer, you haven't just blocked a father who shared pictures of his kid with the kid's mother, right? I mean, so, and the answer to that is, from their perspective, very minimal process to make sure that they're getting it right, because from their perspective, getting it wrong is just a cost of doing business. But from the standpoint of public values, getting speech restrictions wrong is a really important problem. And there has to be really significant investment to make sure that we're not overly restricting access to speech. And again, the natural tendency of the private space is not to do that well enough.
There? Oh, yeah, hands in the air. There you go.
I would like to align, hold on, got my notes here, between fake news, post-truth, and illegality and illegal behavior. So from fake news to, for example, trolling or harassment online. And I'm wondering whether you see that the domain of law and legality has shifted by an acceptance of post-truth, whether there's a risk of this. And I guess underneath this is just a fundamental unease with what might be an acculturation or an acceptance of this term post-truth, almost a trivializing of it. And I'm wondering if within this whole domain that you've sketched out, whether there can be a proximity between fake news and post-truth and the law, or whether you actually are comfortable that there's some sort of safety barrier there.
Well, I think that we have to pragmatically recognize the difference these commercial entities have to policing each of these problems. So they don't have a natural tendency to want to police fake news, because the more fake news, the more clicks they get. That's benefit to them. But if you think of the evolution of online communities, creating online communities where people can feel safe and respected has been the direction of the market, right? You know, Facebook's critical innovation over everything else is that you were a real person with a real name. And they police very hard the efforts to hide who you are. And so your reputation becomes critical, and it's very hard then for you to escape the consequences of bad behavior. And that's in their interest, because they want a community where people aren't going to go beating up on each other all the time. That was in their design. So the trolling behavior, I think it's an important problem, especially to the extent it's primarily borne by minorities and people who are other. The trolling behavior is a very serious problem, but it's less. There's less of a conflict of interest with the interests of the platform. So I think there's a reason to be concerned and to have oversight and to assure there's sufficiently aggressive regulation, internal regulation there. But there's more reason to be worried in the context, I think, of things like fake news, where the incentive of the company is to support the behavior we think is bad.
I think we had a hand over here. Is that right? Okay. Anybody else? We have time for a couple more. Well, okay, over there then. Pass it right across the room. You have to hold up your hand so they can see where to throw it. There you go. And once more. Thanks.
Hello. Thank you so much for a very interesting speech and also Q&A. I would like to go back to the regulation discussion that we had earlier. And regulating commercial landscape, it starts in the notion that government is good, and also in some way also that national legislation can fix things. And at the same time, we know public space is digital, knows no national borders. Facebook talks of global average in their policies sometimes. How do we find a supranational regulation that embraces the fact that some governments are at least trying to work in the public interests, and some will and are using regulation against freedom of speech?
Yeah. I don't, I mean, it's a really hard question, because it's almost impossible today to glimpse the world where we feel confident about world government in some sense. So that means it's hard to glimpse a time where we're beyond the place where we believe some governments are trying to do good and others are trying to do bad. I mean, I know I'm in Europe because you've suggested there are some governments that are trying to do good. In America, nobody would suggest such an idea. They would say all governments are trying to do bad. That's basically the American view. But yeah, I am with you. I do think there are some that are trying to do good, and the challenge is to figure out how that mix of governments interacts with what are really much more powerful sovereigns out there, namely these commercial entities like Facebook or Google or AT&T, right? So the reality is we have this picture that the power starts at governments and goes down, but the reality is the power is these commercial entities, and you have these pathetic governments trying to to wrestle them to the ground when they're doing bad, or or support them when they're doing good. And what's really challenging then is to figure out how to get governments to get their act together, right? Because what they've got to realize is that there's no chance that Sweden fixes any problem of Facebook, just no chance. And there's probably not much chance that all of Europe fixes any problem with Facebook. Right? Because the power of Facebook is so great relative to these governments, and the ability to evade is so pronounced. But if we recognize that individual governments are disabled, and we believe that the idea of world government or the UN doing something is almost incomprehensible right now, then it really requires active collaboration among the better of these governments to try to figure out how to work with these companies to reassert sovereignty. Right? I mean, this is going back to the wonderful question about public spaces. This is the reality, right? The presumption of sovereignty at the core of the way we live has been displaced by this consumer sovereignty, which now is the most important force regulating our behavior. Right? If I wrote code as law, that's insufficiently descriptive in a world where 98% of the relevant code is owned. And so it's not code is law, it's commercial code is law. And what is that world where basically our life is primarily regulated in these private spaces rather than some place that has to answer to public norms, which I think is the ideal that we still sustain, at least in some corners of Europe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one last and please very brief question before we need to round off. There you
go. My question is about when you talk about deliberative democracy, I suppose like democracy is all about like participation also, like so bringing people together. So I could watch this live streaming back from my country, but I came here just to see your expression because I'm the human being, and like from our culture we call it the human touch that creates the spiritual part that detects the very human emotion and comes to a conclusion about what is truth and what is wrong. So my question is, through this deliberative democracy and the help of the technology, how can bring the actual human being face to face, and if needed, how we can bring people into real life street if any regime gets oppressive?
Yeah. So as I said, there's this experiment to see whether virtual deliberative democracy would work. I am skeptical that it will, not just for the architectural reasons that I was talking about, but primarily for the social or human reasons that you're talking about. When I've seen these contexts, these processes happen, the most amazing part of the dynamic is when humans of radically different backgrounds have to interact with others, and they have to come to an understanding, and they do come to an understanding, and they have this experience of, aha, I can actually talk about something with people I disagree with and come to some common ground. That is a very real space experience. And I'm not yet convinced, though I'm open to being convinced, that we can replicate that in the virtual space. But if it's true that we've got to do it in the real space, that becomes an essential part of it. Then again, what I think we need to do is to become creative about multiplying the number of contexts where we can see something like this happen. So in the Mongolian model, they imagine deliberative polls at the national level, at the regional level, at the town level, at the neighborhood level. And each of them has a different size. The smallest is like a 20-person deliberative poll. But what I think that they envision is that if you can regularly engage in this process, it will affect how you think of your role as a citizen. And there's some empirical data to support this dynamic. In the United States, the experience of serving on a jury significantly affects the jurors, the post-jurors, or the ex-jurors' commitment to civil life. So they vote more frequently, they go to town meetings more frequently, they do all the sorts of things that you expect a citizen should do more frequently once they've served on a jury. And in the beginning of America, those who served on juries, which of course were white males, typically property owners, but those who did qualify for jury service, on average served on a jury 3 times a year. So this was a regular part of their life. And so I think what I'm suggesting is, for the reasons that you begin with, we need to make it a real part of citizens' lives. We need to do it regularly, maybe not 3 times a year, but once every 3 years would be enormous for everyone to be participating in something like this. To give people the experience of something other than a Facebook feed, and understanding people as something other than people who agree with me, but instead a community that we have to find a way to work with. And that is the critical democratic experience, right? We think, because we look at politicians, that democracy is about winning elections. But democracy is about learning to work and live with people who disagree with you. That's why there is democracy. How do people who don't have the same views work it out together? And we need to practice that more in our life. And I think the flaws that digital have introduced, I hope, will inspire us to practice it much more in real space life for exactly the reasons you've said. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about this.
Thank you. Hold on for a moment.
Oh, beautiful.
We're really happy to have had you speak for us today here. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone for participating. We are now breaking for coffee for 30 minutes. At 11 o'clock, we restart here for the Lund presentations, and you'll see Professor Lessig again after that. Thanks.
Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone, from this coffee break. Welcome, of course, also to those of you that are following the live stream over the web of this symposium, the Digital Society Symposium at Lund University. We will now hear 4 different speakers from Lund University. I will not take audience questions after each and every one of them, but if you do have questions, please note them, keep them in mind, and then when we have the panel discussion at the end, you will get a chance to ask them. On the topic of data society, social and normative implications of a data-driven prediction, we will hear Associate Professor in Technology and Social Change at Lund University Internet Institute, also a researcher at the Center for Middle Eastern Studies. Stefan Larsson, welcome.
Thank you. Here we are. Yes. Thanks. There will be. I'll be talking about data and some of the kind of mechanisms for data collection. Some of the detailed. It's not going to be as broad or gloomy as the democracy talk we just had, the great talk we just had. But some of the mechanisms. So, because we generate as individuals. A great amount of data these days. And I address specifically commercial issues, because you could, of course, generate data for lots of issues. But I focus the commercial perspective, and I put forward 3 that I regard as normative challenges that I think we need to spend more time to figure them out better than we have done in contemporary society. And these are issues of transparency in terms of, do we see and do we understand when we generate data and how it's collected. It's the issue of consent, because much of how we regulate the commercial actors and the individuals, that kind of relationship is driven by consent in a sense. We agree to it in a sense, but it's kind of problematic from many perspectives. And also, just briefly, some issues on privacy in terms of a privacy paradox between how we act and between what we say and what we do, essentially. I come from the social sciences, and as a PhD in sociology of law, I always tend to focus on the role of law that's one part of the mix, but also behavior, the sociological part, but constantly staring at digital developments, right? First of all, which you also heard from Professor Lessig, internet has changed. It's old, in a sense. It's not what it used to be. It used to be something you entered, or perhaps kind of looked into, the space, the cyberspace. It used to be more passive and more decentralized. Contemporary internet is much more platform-based, much more centralized, and active, in a sense. So, increasingly, we have become data sources, basically. We go online, or we use digital devices, and we are recorded. So we are the sources for this. And that data can be collected, analyzed. The analysis has been more refined too, of course. Sometimes traded, used for targeting, sorting, and profiling. So I'd say that this kind of datification is one of the essential mechanisms to understanding some of the challenges in a datafied society. That much of what used to be qualitative is now highly quantitative. It used to be unrecorded and non-monitored in a sense. Like what we say to a friend, when we say it, to who we hang out with, and when we say stuff. Things you search for, all the sites you visit, what devices you use, all of that stuff, IP addresses, cookie data. It's measurable, comparable, and often commodified, and there are patterns to be recognized, right? So machines can learn from this. And of course, there falls a bunch of great consequences out of that, but there are some warning signs too, right? So if you combine those things, these kind of patterns, with classical demographics, age, backgrounds, gender, then you have a very potent tool for profiling. So you could just, in a sense, more now than it used to be, the market sees. So it sees us, and it's tried to do stuff with that. Yeah, I should mention, I mean, some of the greatest stuff that we, in a sense, love is like we get relevant search results, stuff like that. Media recommendations that kind of gets intelligent in figuring out what we really like, even the stuff we never seen or heard of. It kind of they can figure out what fits my, aesthetics or my needs. So it makes stuff efficient, seamless, and smart in a sense. But I'll lift up some critique to that in a moment. First, we should also understand data is increasingly the currency, right? It's as a currency. We pay for stuff by contributing with our information. And that's also the driver. We heard some, Lessig talked about the business models of the platform players. They need data, right? So it's not necessarily truth, but it's the data. We need traffic. We need to generate traffic so you can measure people, because that is kind of the package you sell to the ad-driven industries and other industries. It leads to a bunch of stuff. It also leads to that different types of data have different values. So certain kinds of information, like pregnancy, a move, or an imminent divorce, they are especially valuable. And they are priced accordingly, so as they allow for potentially lucrative reclassification and targeting of individuals. So if you know if someone is pregnant, you also know what needs they have as a consumer. The same thing with divorce. Someone needs a new place to stay, probably. So one aspect of that is we move from something descriptive, describing things as they are, into more and more predictive. We get better. These tools get better at predict future events with high probability. So of course, we might love when Google and Google Maps tells us there's a traffic jam. There will be a traffic jam to a very high probability in half an hour at a junction ahead. So we can avoid that. That's fantastic. And it's depending on large amounts of data, the big data, and smart ways of analyzing it. So we love those types of features, right? But do we really love when a store knows you're pregnant before your friends and family, so they can offer you discounts for baby products? Or when lenders, like the branches of lenders, sometimes called the predatory lenders, when they can kind of target a vulnerable group who they know to very high probability will never pay off the entire loan. They will just stay paying off the interest rate, which is also a tool you can make out of a lot of information and good analytics. You can time people's misery, because that's when they need a quick loan. Or how about death prediction and insurance rates? There are a bunch of studies at least pointing towards that. The prediction of death is getting pretty good, and it's used by that types of branches. But to us, it would probably mean, okay, there are some ethical issues to consider, right? I'll focus 3 more of a normative challenges and not the ethical issues right now. The first one, a classic. And we need to, I argue, be much better in figuring out how to deal with this kind of lack of transparency. That we don't really, there's no way to be knowledgeable of when data is collected, what types of data, what types of players are collecting data, what is used for, how it's handled, who can see it, Where is it travel? Are there flaws in it that will affect me later within this kind of digital economy with my information? Stuff like that. So it's too complex, it's too much data, and as an individual you could never really be transparent. But we need to figure out ways to increase that or deal with it better. Because right now the incentive is for the industrial actors is to collect as much data as possible. Because then you can make business out of it and you figure out ways to use it later. One example would be a Norwegian study, just mention it briefly, from 2015, made by the Norwegian Data Protection Authority. It's called Datatilsynet. I think we have one from Datatilsynet here. They made a study on when you visit the front page of 6 Norwegian newspapers, so just visiting online, the front page, and noted that at least 100 and 200, between 100 and 200 cookies were placed on the visiting computer. I mean, that's not necessarily bad. I mean, you use cookies for a lot of reasons, but also that the information about the visitor's IP address, you know, the kind of online identity to the computer, was sent to 356 servers. Once again, it's not necessarily bad. You need those things for functional reasons, but still, you don't know. There were, on average, 46 third parties present in that visit. So it's not just the newspaper, it's a whole range. It's like I don't know. Yeah, 46 third parties, it's a lot. And parts of that are probably ad driven, so that it could be automatic ad bids going on like the ad exchange, for a bunch of reasons. And the key feature was that no visiting party knew that this was going on. So this is basically like a zoo of players going on, collecting your data, and you just kind of read about sports, right? So that's kind of it's an asymmetry, you could say, and that's problematic. Number 2, and this is debated, and we debate it all the time in many circumstances. There are a bunch of studies about it, but the fact that one of the key regulatory mechanisms between individuals' use of the internet and all the apps and whatever service you use, you tend to, it's driven by a deal. You make a deal. So you agree that the service provider uses your data to a certain extent. And it's supposed to be a good contract that you could, an agreement that you read. And the problem is that in practice, if that's the model that governs it, in everyday digital life, you use several hundreds of these agreements. So in your mobile phone, you have 30 or 40 agreed or consent-driven kind of agreements, right? So we don't, in practice, really regard it as agreements. It's more like a click step you need to get by to get to the service, right? So some of the critique around that is that it's in fact a blind and non-informed consent. So we don't, in practice, as consumers or users, really understand what it means. And we're not informed. Much of consumer protection is shaped around this idea of informed consumers, right? To make informed choices. So that's kind of a discrepancy then, and a challenge. The third, of course, privacy. I choose this to term it the privacy paradox because there is, in several studies, quite a significant difference between the concern and the growing concern in recent studies of that third parties or service providers collect your data and where that data, ends up being used for. Concern that we are too much collected, right? So that concern, when you ask people in surveys, is significant. But on the other hand, it's not really mirroring people's behavior. So people don't try to get out of the deals or use more privacy-friendly services or try to mitigate that somehow. It's a difference. We use even very intrusive services as a practice, but when we get to question, we say, no, privacy is very important. So it's like a paradox. And we need to figure that paradox out better, because it's one of the fundamental issues of, if we want to have this type of digital economy, we need to figure this thing out. There are at least 3 interpretations in the studies or in the literature for why we have this type of paradox. And one is one of them suggests like an individual resignation. So people, even if they know about it, the data collection is on a structural level. Another would be the transparency issue that I just mentioned. So if we don't know it, we can't protest. And the third would be more like privacy is in motion, right? So privacy is not what it used to be. So the younger might be more accustomed to just share data, and the older are more like the old school version of privacy. And just to wrap it up, many studies point to the idea that trust is a key. We need to kind of be careful about this trust. If the service providers get caught too much not protecting the ideas of privacy that the users have, we might have a lesser type of market. We might ruin the parts of digital economy that we see ahead. So it has clear bearing for the future to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I'll let you take your seat again, and thank you so much, and you'll be back for the panel. Now, over to rape culture, social media, and #feminism. We have here the postdoc at the Department of Communication and Media here at Lund University, also an associate professor at the Faculty of Culture and Society at Malmö University. Right. Tina Ascanius, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so now to something completely different. Both in terms of subject, but also style of presentation. In this talk, I'm going to address the overarching theme of political changes in a digital society of our morning session by talking about contemporary forms of feminist activism and how social media are changing feminist discourse and campaigning. And I'll be looking specifically at so-called #feminism on Twitter, addressing rape culture, using illustrative cases from the US and Denmark. So what is rape culture, and how are hashtags being used to call it out and resist it? I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there. And she was married. Then all of a sudden I see her. She's now got her big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look. I better use some Tic Tac just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet, just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy, you can do anything. So this is rape culture, or it's one of the many different ways in which rape culture is expressed and reproduced in society through language. And this quote is, of course, the words of the sitting US President Donald Trump in a behind-the-scenes 2005 recording from Access Hollywood, released by the Washington Post in October 2016 during the election campaigns. Rape culture is a phrase and a term which is often used without definition or explanation. This is rape culture, we say, when faced with Trump statements. But the concept actually has a long history in both academic and activist writing. Rape culture, according to this decade-old definition, is a social cultural context in which male dominance is eroticized, and where young men and women are taught that male aggression is a healthy and normal part of sexual relations. So scholars have highlighted the ways in which rape cultures permeate through all sections of society, how it's not tied to a certain region of the world, but experienced, although differently, around the globe. At the heart of this concept is the idea that rape culture is not perpetuated by irresponsible women and monster men, but by the reproduction of gender norms that tell women around the world that their bodies are not theirs, as Marco Martins has argued. The Trump campaign and his supporters were quick to turn to social media in his defense, arguing under the hashtag #LockerRoomTalk on Twitter that there's a big difference between saying horrendous things about women and doing horrendous things to women. As a response, on the same night the tape was released, Canadian author Kelly Oxford posted a tweet asking women to break the silence and share their stories, assault stories, of sexual abuse and violence. Within hours, she was receiving 2 assault stories per second, and within 24 hours, she'd received more than 10 million responses. In doing so, Oxford and the millions of women tweeting under the hashtag #NotOK were complicating and challenging the alleged disconnect between words and action. The sheer number of stories being shared in the context of this particular hashtag conversation serve as a reminder of the ubiquity and everydayness of sexual violence that has previously been addressed in, for example, the Yes All Women hashtag as well. By refusing to normalize and legitimize what was uttered on the tape and brushing off the president's words as innocent locker room talk, millions of women and men were calling attention to the fact that there's a very direct line between degrading discourse about women, the way we think and talk about issues such as sexual violence, and the lives and very real experiences of misogyny and abuse of women around the world. Another example, this time from Denmark, is the Jeg blev voldtaget, or I was raped hashtag, which was initially launched by the Danish newspaper Information in January 2016. The editor-in-chief, Anna von Sterling, much like Kelly Oxford, started by sharing her own rape story before encouraging survivors around the country to share theirs. A total of 35 of these stories ended up being feature articles in the newspaper in a 10-part series that ran as digital and print version over a period of several months. And the hashtag is still used today in conversations in Facebook groups, online newspaper comments, Reddit communities, and elsewhere. The impetus to make women share their stories was essentially about removing the stigma associated with being a victim of rape, and to show that although every assault is unique, the feeling of guilt, shame, and doubt runs through every account. But beyond challenging shame and stigma, it's also about calling out and exposing the subsequent victim blaming and slut-shaming women face in the aftermath, not least by police and judiciary systems if choosing to report the rape. The digitally connected conversations facilitated by the I was raped hashtag in Denmark thereby addressed another dimension of the issue at hand, which is the victim blaming and re-victimization inherent to rape culture, in which blame for the crime is redirected onto the victims themselves, or the perpetrator's culpability is reduced and trivialized by referring to gray zones or explanations with reference to women dressing like sluts, wearing makeup, or having consumed alcohol. These and related issues are being discussed under hashtags such as Never Your Fault and Not Asking for It, and not least brought center stage during the recurring slut walk marches, which at its peak in 2011-12 mobilized thousands of women in different parts of the world to march the streets dressed provocatively after a police officer in an official statement related to a series of rapes around a Toronto University campus told women to stop dressing like sluts in order to avoid getting raped. These kinds of hashtag campaigns have faced a lot of criticism, not least from feminist media scholars who rightfully warn us not to uncritically buy into these imaginaries of digital sisterhood, and of addressing the limitations of not only Twitter, but of social media in general as tools in creating social and political change. Hashtag campaigns have oftentimes been written off as so-called collectivism or slacktivism, terms used to denote a new generation of lazy activists that participate in online activism for the sake of trending without serious consideration of social issues or commitments to bring about real social or political change. Criticism has also been directed at the socioeconomic structures behind a platform such as Twitter that's inherently irreconcilable with the activist projects that they're being used for. José von Dijck, who's with us here today, hi. In her work on the political economy of contemporary social media platforms, bring attention to how Twitter users automatically fall prey to the interests of large-scale social media corporations who profit from their need to connect by harvesting invisible back-end data. Twitter, in this sense, is part of a dominant digital culture which not only profits from, but also dictates and regulates how activists should connect today if they want to be seen or heard. And there are obvious exclusion mechanisms embedded in the technology, allowing those with access and skills to participate, whereas others are left out of the conversation. But I want to end on a more positive note here, arguing that by connecting the personal stories of individual women, the hashtag can help us see these personal stories as symptoms of larger societal problems and as enmeshed in broader structures of power and oppression. All movements require hope and ways of reimagining hope in order to endure. Feminist scholar Rosalind Clark argued that there is hope in a hashtag. Hope that is created through digitally networked solidarity for otherwise dispersed individuals. And hope in how these online conversations can become a reference point for understanding broader systems of injustice in which these single events or statements or stories form part. In this sense, we may understand hashtag feminism in relation to what José van Dijck has called cultures of connectivity, to signal the broader shift in online technologies and cultures from practices of connectedness to practices of connectivity. Hashtag campaigns are not necessarily replacing on-the-ground, in-the-streets action or offline forms of connectedness and solidarity, but rather working in parallel to and in dialogue with long-standing forms of activism and feminist media practice. And Twitter is obviously not the whole story of contemporary forms of feminism. Hashtag campaigns are merely one aspect of a larger networked feminism that's characterized by complex forms of connectivity and which operates at the intersection of offline and online, and across activities and different actors. Activism on Twitter should never be understood in isolation, but need to be considered as part of a broader ecosystem of connective media, in order to use another one of Van Dijck's concepts here. But put your work in the service of a specific cause, in this case that of calling out and raising awareness around rape culture. Hashtag activism is a powerful way of making everyday sexual violence visible for the world to see, and to remind us how rape culture is reproduced not only by presidents and police officers, as the examples I brought here today, but surround us in images, advertising, fashion, joke, pop culture, language, and laws. To be sure, digitally networked media, not least hashtags, are currently changing feminist discourse and movements, but doubt is often raised as to whether these forms of action and campaigning will, in the long haul, help bring about equality and gender justice. The cases from the US and Denmark that I've highlighted here today are only two examples from a recent and much broader and diverse upsurge in new forms of feminist action and campaigning. And as such, they pay testimony to one of the many different ways in which digital media practices are currently being put to work in the service of movements for gender justice. In the specific national context in which they played out, they did in fact help raise debate about a difficult subject and move the conversation outside of feminist circles into broader public debates beyond the circles of like-minded. And in that sense, they do show us that there is indeed hope in a hashtag. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. I wanted to ask you, the criticism that you said that this movement has received, like being excluding or being just slacktivism, have people within the movement reacted to this? And if so, how?
I think we reacted in the sense that they would be calling out the tweeting or posting on Facebook is not the only thing that we're doing. And so if we isolate activism to what's going on social media, that's very easy to criticize, but people engaged in these kinds of questions are obviously doing other things and are engaged elsewhere. So I think that would be their response in a certain sense.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Time for open data, open access, open knowledge, with the question mark. Digitalization and its effects on research. The professor at the Division of History and of Ideas and Sciences at Lund University, Thomas Kaiserfeldt. Welcome.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yes.
A few fingers in the air can be interpreted in many different ways. It can be a sign of victory, can be a symbol of evil, can even be an insult. But many more times will they represent something much less intriguing, like numbers. If I raise 3 fingers in the air, like this, it usually simply means 3. Now, Latin for finger is digitus. So digitalization of knowledge or information means that it is packaged as numbers. To package knowledge as numbers has turned out to have consequences. Since World War II, more and more information has been digitalized in order to be automatically processed in computers. Soon the effects were noticed, for instance in meteorology, delivering improved weather forecasts relying on these new tools to calculate movements in the atmosphere. Later, the same technology was used to put Americans on the moon. And nowadays, there no longer seem to exist information or knowledge that cannot be expressed as numbers. But digitalization is also something more, a transformative social and cultural process with elusive repercussions. We have tried to develop digital information processing since at least the 17th century. Then the idea caught on of the universe as a clockwork with regular movements which could be calculated in advance. God had created the world and was the prime mover, but divinity was no longer needed to make the world turn. Just as the watchmaker who had made the clock was no longer needed to keep it ticking in the pockets of the wealthy. This mechanistic worldview brought new perspectives on reasoning. Rational thinking could also be understood in terms of predictable claims and propositions, and thus potentially also the object of the same type of analysis as a clockwork universe. Thinking was compared to calculating. Advanced mechanical computing machines were constructed, as was the chess-playing automata seen here. Both of these items expressing the view of thinking as something regular and deterministic. Some of the greatest minds of this time tried to create a calculus that could be used to crank out all the possible logical truths there were. A rational language clean from all incorrections and lies. As I mentioned, from World War II, computers provided new possibilities to begin realizing the dreams of the 17th century mechanists of a perfect language free from errors and mistakes. And when internet was developed from the late 1960s, it started to become possible to make large amounts of digital information available simultaneously to innumerable connected computers. During more recent decades, smaller and lighter portable computers have been equipped with advanced radio technology, while cell phones have transformed into computers relying on generation after generation of mobile telecommunications technologies. And consequently, many people today have access to enormous amounts of information also when they are away from home or work. The potential uses seem endless. During past centuries, following the introduction of the printing press in the 15th century, information has been symbolized by books and libraries. Knowledge was contained on paper and in printed text. Retrieving information was the same as looking through collections of paper. No matter if it was a Shakespeare quote or a pancake recipe. But digitalization seems to slowly change all that. We talk about storing something in cyberspace or in the cloud. If information used to be bound up in paper and ink, it nowadays seems to float freely in space. Today, the view of information is that it flows frictionless from one device to another. And information has become remarkably immaterial. But this is indeed a misconception. In fact, quite a lot of hardware is needed to move digital information from one place to another. Satellites, base stations, cables, and optical fiber, to mention just a few. Take the research facility Max 4 here in Lund. One of their main problems right now, as I speak here, is how to get the channel capacity needed to move the thousands of terabytes each experiment generates to where it is to be analyzed. And in Luleå, in northern Sweden, a well-known American social platform mentioned already a few times today, has built a big data center because of the relatively cheap hydropower, which in combination with the chilly climate guarantee reasonably high energy efficiency for their servers. One of the main advantages when digitalizing information is nevertheless that it can be copied and spread much simpler, cheaper, and more reliably than before, when it was bound up in paper and ink. Where earlier a big copy machine was needed to produce bad copies of a book or a photograph, or advanced video equipment was needed to reproduce a film, more importantly, every generation of copies had lower quality than the preceding generation. Digital copying is simple and it creates perfect copies. It is of course well known how this feature of digital information has made it very easy to copy and spread information. You can ask anyone in the music or film industry or any newspaper journalist. This feature of digital information has had consequences also for research. Primarily perhaps by facilitating the process of making research results as well as research data open and accessible. The demands for open access and open data, as this is called, is often connected to the broader ideology which since the 1960s has acted under the slogan, "Information wants to be free." Today, research funders all over the world often promote ideas of open access and open data by demanding that the research they fund is published in open access formats and that the data it generates is equally available to anyone. Taken together, it is today rather easy to acquire information and to some extent even knowledge without having to get to a certain location, such as a library or an archive or laboratory. To remember things is no longer very important since virtually anything can be looked up. If you're a historian like I am, there are of course many things that are still not on the net, despite large multinational companies in the information business doing their very best to scan books and other prints from all over the world and all times, and likewise scan archival material of any origin. For copyright reasons, many of these databases are closed to a large number of people. Sometimes they can be opened for those who are willing to pay, and today research libraries as well as public libraries are spending larger and larger sums on digital databases. In this way, demands for open access and open data are countered by commercial interests investing in the construction of databases that are accessible only to those who pay for them. In my own field, history of ideas, admission to a database can be purchased containing, say, all 18th century texts in English, fully searchable. With access to this database, it is relatively, I say relatively, easy to publish research articles based on searches for terms such as manure. And then you can crank out publications on the development of sustainable agriculture in the 18th century. Just as in the natural sciences and medicine, it has become possible then to buy expensive digital research infrastructure to boost the production of research publications and career advantages when innovativeness is lacking. Taken together, the strive for open access and open data, as well as the simultaneous commercialization of searchable data, has consequences for research. Not only are competitive advantages in research more often relying on expensive research infrastructure, such as big machinery or large populations of test animals, which can be used to create new or better data sets, or by commercial databases, it also seems as if creativity and originality, the stuff that cannot be collected in data sets or programmed into algorithms, at least not yet, that creativity and originality is becoming a more decisive edge when all the rest needed to produce truly salient research is either openly accessible or for sale. Digitalization of data has thus created two somewhat contradictory trends. First, one where the ability to pay for information has improved the possibilities to pursue a research career relying on routinized efforts, even though more and more research results and data are open and freely accessible. And second, One where the generally boosted access to results and data has made originality and creativity high in demand. We know today that it took several centuries for the art of printing to be established as a new technology transforming information management. The consequences of digitalization will certainly be as great as those of the printing press. But although some of the signs of its impact are already showing today, it will most likely be several decades or even centuries until we will be able to fully understand all its consequences. If future research will be characterized by expensive databases or by open access and open data is, for instance, still an open question. Until this question can be answered, though, one thing is absolutely certain. Digitalization is much more than only a few fingers in the air. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I'd just like to ask you, if you are drawing parallels to the printing press introduction and say that we can see similarities, can we then learn something from then that will tell us what will happen next?
Of course, I should answer that question by a resounding yes, since I am an historian of ideas and
or you can
sciences.
say, no, we have no idea. That's all right.
I have to confess that it would be extremely hard, and in fact, I think also dangerous to try to do those type of metaphors or similar comparisons between such vast time differences, really. So as I would certainly say, maybe we can, but I wouldn't try to give you an example or anything like that.
Would rather look back and do it afterwards.
Exactly, yeah. But I think what it can do, though, I mean, studying the printing press and its impact, it can give you inspiration for how to look at our own time. So more inspiration that a lot of very things that are very hard to predict can happen and will happen. So that type of elusive answer is the only one I can supply, I'm afraid.
Thank you very much, though. All right. Time for this morning's last presentation, Open Innovation and the Business of Software. We'll hear the Professor of Software Engineering and Head of the Department of Computer Science at Lund University, again, Per Runesson. Welcome.
Thank you very much. So, adding to the theme of openness, we heard about open data, open access, and now I will talk about open innovation and open software. Digitalization turns the way we do business with software upside down. This picture is taken from, do you know where? IKEA Museum in Älmhult. And their implicit message is that they have turned the furniture business upside down. However, I would not state anything about the furniture, but we can observe that software has made the business, way of doing business upside down. One example of this disruptiveness is how we value companies. When Minecraft was sold to Microsoft, they paid 18 billion Swedish krona. A few years earlier, the Volvo car company was sold for 12 billion. And as a Swede by heart, I thought that Volvo had higher value than Minecraft. So that's an example of how the software business definitely has changed a way of valuing companies. And we can see in the top list of highest value companies in the world, the top 3 are related to software, even though the revenue ranking actually is different. The phenomenon of paying internet services with data, or integrity, if you like, is also something that has turned the software business upside down. We don't expect to be paying by cash for services. We pay by other things. The concept of open innovation is a general business strategy, not specifically related to software, but it is in particular feasible for software. Open innovation is defined as a distributed innovation process across organizational boundaries using pecuniary and non-pecuniary mechanisms. Keywords in this definition are, firstly, the access across organizational boundaries. So multiple companies or organizations are involved in developing the software. Secondly, money may or may not be part of the transaction between the actors. In practice, this means that companies may give away or exchange their corporate assets with collaborators or competitors under certain conditions. A typical implementation of open innovation in the software business is open source communities. There, software engineers work paid by their employees, side by side with individual hobbyists and university researchers to develop joint software projects. We have studied this phenomenon in the open source communities around the tools Jenkins and Gerrit, where Sony Mobile appeared to play a significant role. Both these communities develop tools that are used when developing software. Jenkins is an open source build server used when continuously creating new versions of the software. Gerrit is an open source code review tool used when scrutinizing the quality of a piece of software. We, meaning in practice my PhD student Hassan Munir and his co-supervisor Dr. Christoph Nuck, mined the software repositories to understand who contributed to these tools and what did they contribute. Then we interviewed in depth 5 contributors from Sony Mobile. The picture that emerged looks like this. There was a separate department within the company that interfaced towards the open community. Then there is a knowledge transfer process that was established between the company and the community. The knowledge transfer is conducted through the open software in itself, but also in chat rooms and physical meetings and hackathons arranged by the community. We found out from our study that it is beneficial for the companies to contribute, to share their software openly with the competitors and collaborators rather than keeping it proprietary. How can that be beneficial for the company? In order to understand that, we have to look into some characteristics of what is special about software innovations and the business related to software. First, it has very low initial costs. You can basically start a software business with an old PC, and you can rent server capacities in the cloud when scaling up the service capacity gradually. There is, at least in principle, a global market. The internet technology is the same everywhere. However, in practice, there are local markets, there are local regulations, which challenges the globality of the market. Problems with software innovation include that the legal frameworks for protecting intellectual property is not very feasible for software. You can't, for example, patent pure software innovations. Software innovations are also hard to monetize. It's related to, especially when we talk about internet services, where we are used to pay them by our data and clicking behavior rather than with money. There is also an aspect of software that is different from physical designs, and that's related to the maintenance costs. Software doesn't decay like mechanical constructs do, but as the environment changes, the software has to be kept up to date all the time, which is it doesn't create any new value of the software, but that's needed to keep the value of the software. So there are high long-term maintenance costs for software. So, and several of these characteristics speak for the advantage of open innovation implemented as open source software. Still, the question remains, how can a company profit from giving away software? There are 4 different principal business models for software. The one we have used for long is the licensing model, but that we can't apply for open source software by definition, because the license for software is free. However, there are alternatives. The most common is embedding the software in products. The customers pay for the car or for the phone, although the software is what contributes to the specific value you are buying. Companies can sell services related to the open software. Red Hat is an example of a company that packages open source software in a user-friendly way and thereby provides an extra service to the customer. And you can let someone else pay. Advertising, like Google and the other ad versions, which in practice means that we pay by our own data. Especially when it comes to software platforms and tools, the open innovation model is beneficial. Software platforms are the general mechanisms or basis on which the suppliers can build applications on top of. Maybe operating systems, database systems, or the like. And you cannot, you do not distinguish yourself by the characteristics of the platform, rather what you build on top. So it's not what he's climbing on, the guy here, but what he's doing on the top that is making the business. The same holds for tools that you use in the development of your software. Rarely they give you the very specific competitive edge to develop your software. So in that case, we concluded from our study that open innovation provides an opportunity to share development and maintenance costs. You may free up resources then to spend on developing services that provide your company with a competitive advantage. It may also provide better quality assurance, since there are more users using the same software and finding out what should be changed. And you may get faster releases and upgrades, as you don't have to wait for formal release plans of proprietary companies. You can release whenever you like to. So in summary, we conclude, based on our research on open innovation in software engineering, that it is more blessed to give away software tools openly than to keep them closed. This statement is not new, as you may know. It's an ethical guide from the 1st century. However, it's mostly been interpreted as painful to adhere to, and definitely not a business rule. But in our research on open innovation in software engineering, we found evidence that this may be a valid business strategy. It may be beneficial also in economic terms to share software openly instead of keeping it proprietary. Isn't that to turn business upside down? And we have summarized this in my shortest ever academic paper, a tweet-long sentence in the Tiny Transactions on Computer Science. Sharing software tools enables open innovation, brings faster upgrades and frees up resources, but demands investment in the open community. So as a consequence of this openness strategy, an employee has to work both for her employer and for the community. The company invests efforts in the community which create goodwill for the company and trust, which later may be turned into, may be used to turn the community into the direction you would like it to. The challenge here is for companies and individuals to make this balance. For managers to understand and lead this type of business as also a new and totally different way of leading business. On the other side, the upside is that you may have people working for you without paying their salaries. So, in summary, in the context we studied tools for software development, the company turned into open source tools instead of paying licenses for proprietary tools. Whether it is beneficial also for product software, that remains to be studied. But under these conditions, we have observed that the 2,000-year-old ethical rule holds not only as the ethical rule, but as a business rule within the domain of software. Thank you.
Thank you, Per. You said that the leaders of businesses need to sort of consider this and work with this. Could you give us any like hands-on example of how that is done in an optimal situation?
I think it's there are several both managerial and legal aspect that has to be considered and arranged for within a company. And what happens when the designers, the developers, the software engineers, they work in the open communities. They make very important business decisions. They make technical decisions which are coinciding or intertwined with business and legal decisions. If they make wrong choices there, they can ruin the company. So it's very much about making the developers also not only good technical developers, but also aware of the business and the legal framework which they are working in.
Thank you very much. Per, actually, you can take a seat, and we can invite the rest of the speakers up here to take a seat also.
Hur många är vi?
Welcome back, all of you. I will open for questions in just a moment, and I really hope you have some, because we still have the tremendous catch box right here. But I'd like to ask you one thing. Something that, there's an expression, a term that I don't think any of you used, but in some way some of you have touched on it, at least indirectly, the digital divide. The gap opening between those who have and those who don't have, those who have access, those who can participate. Tina, you mentioned a little bit on this. I'd like to hear, if not all of you, at least some of you reflect on what this means to the field that you're studying. What's the relevance in where you're looking at, Stefan, you're looking at consumer issues, for example, Per, the open innovation. Some reflection on the importance of the digital divide and what we can, what could be done to bridge it. Definitely a very relevant question on Professor Lessig's area, but anyone, open word. Stefan?
Yeah, I'm thinking about my data perspective I was presenting upon, and I'll forget the question. Do people regard data collection differently amongst old and young and different types of groups? And some studies suggests that. I mean, and we have both studies who shows that at least in Swedish youth tend to be less concerned about sharing data, very much data, than older age groups. On one hand, on the other hand, we have studies showing that there is at least one kind of a young male group are much more concerned than all the other groups, and much more inclined to use like ad blockers. Thank you, I lost the word. So there's this kind of little group are really concerned, and they are still young and male. So that's another type of digital divide, but it's still some sort of digital data sharing divide going on too. Sure.
The digital divide I'm coming to think about is which companies that are able to follow in the development of the product and services. We see really disruptiveness that new services arrive from an angle where we didn't expect them to come. So what is the core competence of a company? And we can take something that has happened since long, public transport. It's no public transport agency that owns buses and trains. They own the data about the travelers. They might own the ticketing system, but then others are running the buses and trains. And we see that change happen in several kinds of businesses, that what we see, what we think is what constitutes the core of the business tends to be something hidden. It's in the data, it's in the software that's running the business, not the physical entities that we see.
Tina?
Well, in what I'm studying, I think the digital divide often translate into a sort of generational divide. And there has been a lot of sort of discussions within sort of the feminist movement where previous generations of feminists have accused new generations of young people of not being politically engaged and not sort of carrying on the legacy of the kind of work that they have been doing. And I think that to some extent has to do with a kind of general or generational divide in terms of where people are engaging today and how there might be some sort of blind spots between generations as to where action is taking place.
It seems that our historian thought the same. Thomas, you were nodding.
Yeah, certainly, I agree with that. And I was also thinking, well, research-wise, you get reminded of a divide when you communicate with people in the third world. You offhand send away a Word file, and then you get the reply back to say, please, could you send it in an open format so that they also can read it, like a PDF or something? So that's a good reminder of that this divide also exists in the research world, in the research community.
Lawrence?
Yeah, I also think there's a critical divide generationally. So when I was a kid, I traveled to the Soviet Union, and I was on a train to what was then going to Moscow, and I was sitting next to someone. I happened to sit next to somebody who spoke English, who was a professor, and he said to me, in the Soviet Union, we have a richer tradition of free speech than you do in America. So this is 1982, and it's like, what could that possibly mean? And he said, no, I'm serious. He said, in America, you take your newspaper, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and you read it, and you think you're reading the truth. But in Russia, we know we're constantly being lied to. So we have to read 7 or 8 newspapers and then triangulate on the truth. And that makes us much more critical readers and thinkers than you are in the United States. And I kind of laughed at it at that point, but as I look at the internet today, I kind of have the sense that we've now become the Soviet Union on the internet. Because my father gets an email and it says, Obama's a Muslim, and he forwards it to me, and he says, Obama's a Muslim. But none of my students get those emails or see something on the internet and immediately jump to the conclusion it must be true. They, like the Soviets, have learned to triangulate on the truth. And I think this divide is really critical, because what elected Donald Trump was a bunch of people like my father, not a bunch of people like my students.
So, maybe a little bit encouraging, I'm not quite sure actually. Questions from you? Any hands in the air? Yes, at the very back. Okay, great, that makes me give this a long shot. Okay, you'll probably have to help me here, all right? That was my best. And hold your hands up. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a good session. My question is, how do you guys think new technologies that are evaporating, like machine learning and stuff, that most people have no clue about how it works? And we saw a lot of, I also read some articles about a company called Cambridge Analytica and how they used these technologies during the Brexit campaign maybe and the Trump administration. How do you think this affects the political landscape and normal people, how they understand what they read, if it's generated by people or computers?
Anyone wants to grasp that? Stefan, you talked about the black box.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question really, because the tools, at least parts of them, seem to be like the most sophisticated tools you can use, and I'm not sure if there's a link between the usage of really sophisticated tools in order to figure out what the voters are heading in terms of what they're going to vote, and their perception of it. So, could you clarify the question, or could the panel help me?
Was it that the fact that people don't understand the technology?
Yeah, my question is, I'm sorry for being a little bit unclear. My question is rather that we're moving towards more high-tech solutions that normal people usually have no clue about how it works. They just see the front end or the Twitter page or the Facebook page, but they have no basic understanding for the underlying technology.
I would say it's, to me, as I interpret it, it's more related to Lessig's, how you experience truth. So if you don't understand, or even you don't talk much about filter bubbles or any of those types of attempts to understand how we kind of get polarized using algorithms or social media and stuff like that, then you could never criticize it. You would just accept what shows up, and it's really just your bubble showing up. So that would be the problem, and then we're back to the triangulation issue, I guess. How we handle truth and how we perceive truth, or when we question it and not question it.
Per?
Trying to see your question more as a more general perspective on technology. Do we have to understand technology as general people? And we practice in many cases that we don't understand technology, and still we trust. I mean, I'm drinking some water here. We had trouble with the water here in Lund for weeks. I don't understand how I can get clean water. I don't understand what the trouble was, but I trust the experts that they measure. I trust the transparent system that they measure and they monitor. So the question to me is not primarily on the technology, but how we build the trust in the technology. What guarding mechanisms, organizations around the technology that can give me enough trust that, yes, I'm willing to trust that, or no, I'm not willing to trust the outcome of that technology.
Because I guess the difference is that you can be pretty sure that somebody is actually trying to provide you with clean water. That's sort of the whole point. It's not more complicated than that. So even if you don't understand how it's done, it is done somehow. But we can't really trust internet to provide us with the right and best information for us. So how do we go about, I don't know, Lawrence, do you think that there is any way we can go about making us more. Do we need to be more Soviet Union? Do we need to become more, not necessarily tech savvy, but info savvy when we're on the internet? And would that be a solution? Or do people actually need to know the technical basis of what's happening?
Well, I mean, yes, I think we have to be more Soviet, number one. It's one of those statements that taken out of context is going to get me in a lot of trouble. But I also think we need to think more critically about the incentives of various institutions. It's a really fantastic book in the United States talked about the American Psychiatric Association, which was being funded by drug companies for many, many years. And as they were funded, they started developing characterizations of conditions that would direct people to using certain drugs. And after a while, legitimate questions were raised about whether their whole incentive was towards benefiting drug companies or benefiting patients. And that was a structural, institutional question, which should have raised red flags much earlier than it did, and gives one a good reason to worry about the particular recommendation that might exist. It could be different from the story you were telling about water. I mean, if you've got a city that's providing water, there's not as clear a conflict of interest that might be involved there. So I think in the context of the internet, we've got to think about, is there a reason not to trust? And be much more critical about what might be leading institutions to be untrustworthy in this context than we otherwise might be used to, long before we worry about understanding the way Python works on a particular site or not.
Right.
I fully agree, but the question is not primarily related to trusting the technology, but to trusting the organization or the interests behind what we are looking for.
But like if you've got a news site, I mean, one of the most amazing and terrifying things about news sites right now is they have automatic algorithms for changing the headlines as they find the most clickbaitable headline possible. Is that the technology or the institution? I mean, from my perspective, it doesn't matter. The problem is, is it facilitating understanding or is it just flaming a polarized war?
Right. Thomas?
Yeah, I totally agree that we focus a lot on technologies and think that is the heart of the matter and forget about the social institutions, which are just as important to try to understand if you want to change things. So I totally agree with that, yeah.
Okay, so we want to pass the catch box over here and turn around, lift your, he rose up from his seat. That was really, really brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this morning. I have a question that ties directly into this that has to do with our social institutions. And that is, very many of them were molded on the foundations and designs and structure of our industrial society. So when our parliaments grew up, they were molded into the context of riding a horse to Stockholm, for example, which obviously parliamentarians don't do today. And I'm thinking that in this more digital age, how does that affect policy making today in this context? Should we sort of reframe our social institutions and our political institutions to map towards where we are today in a digital context? Or should we stay in a situation where we are sort of framed in this sort of older kind of framework that might not map to where we are today?
Ooh, that was a tricky one. Should we stay in the old framework?
Yeah, I'm thinking that the social institutions were very much molded upon foundations of how we live, work, and breathe in the context of a non-digital world, where we build up these physical institutions which had to be physical to go there and express our voice, etc. Now I can phone somebody or I can email somebody or be on a web page or whatever in Facebook. And that obviously changes how conversation takes place and how I can influence and how I can perceive the world. And so how would we sort of by law reshape and reframe and remold these institutions so that they are better apt for the situation where we are today?
Right. Okay. Per, Thomas and then Per.
So that's the question for an historian. Thank you. Well, I think that we have no choice. Of course, well, technology and institution will co-adapt, because I don't think one comes before the other. There are no historical examples of that anyway. But the question is really, can we adapt continuously, or will the if we part between, say, technology and institutions, will there be divisions that grow and grow and grow till we get a crisis, and we'll have a more of a revolutionary type of change? So that is really the question, I think. And the answer, well, that's not for me, but perhaps for Per.
Per, and then Stefan and Lawrence.
No, not really, and I'm not historical, but I like the historical perspective. And as Thomas said, I would also say that the small steps, we can see where there is a mismatch. There was last week a discussion of who is overseeing the Swedish television's publishing on the internet. And there is a mismatch, because the authority overseeing the radio and television cannot oversee the internet publications. And that's an apparent indication that there must be a change, which now people have been aware of for a decade. But the bigger question is the disruptive steps. If there are institutions that have to take totally different perspectives, given the new scenery we have, and that's what your coming, looking back, will say if we managed or not.
Stefan?
Just a comment. The question is really rich. You could divide it into a bunch of questions. But one issue I've been interested in for a long time is law, legal institutions, and also from a social legal perspective. And one of the issues is that most of those structures are kind of path dependent, just to throw in that terminology. So it's kind of backward looking in a sense. So it's always like a lag in change. So for instance, in this case, a commercially driven societal change, in a sense that you could call that Google and Facebook stands for. In one way, it's the legal institutions can't just adjust over 5 years or 10 years, and that's really quick in terms of the legal institutions. I mean, we have still parts of our legal setting is, you know, the Roman Empire law, 2,000 years, and it still kind of works, but it's still you know, functioning. So it's this kind of retrospective lag, path dependence, also conceptual path dependence. We tend to understand things like they used to be when we look at the new stuff. So like the first cars were built like you know, horse and carriage in a sense, but with an engine on, because we're kind of slowly adapting, and our concepts are also kind of lagging in a sense. So it's that's just kind of underscoring the issue. But the lag we have to deal with too, I think.
Lawrence?
Yeah, but I think that it does raise the need to insist on critically questioning these institutions. I mean, for example, think about the issue raised about open source publishing. You know, no one would have said to a scholar in the 1970s that there was an ethical issue raised when he or she published in a journal that didn't make its work freely available to everybody, because there was a kind of necessity to the business model of publishing in journals that you sold to libraries, and those libraries paid you significant money because it was an expensive project, and that all made sense. But today, I think every scholar has an ethical question that he or she needs to answer when he or she chooses to publish in a journal that restricts access to people freely. I mean, you know, the Third World or others in the academic community, I think, have a legitimate complaint when you publish in a restricted way if you have an equally available way to publish in an open access way. Now, it's a complicated question. If you're a young scholar and you need to get tenure or something like that, and you need to publish in the most prestigious journals, and those prestigious journals are closed source, well, I understand your decision, and I would criticize the journals, but I understand that. But if you've got tenure, and you've got status, and you've got nothing that you need, and you've got a choice like this, I think we ought to say you have an ethical obligation to make the work available, and so publish in a way that makes it available, and don't accept journals who say to you, you can't.
We have, okay, let's see. The lady over here on your same row, pretty much. Yes.
Thank you all for some really amazing talks. My question is actually for Tina. I thought you had a really interesting project about this kind of global response to attempts to sort of normalize a particular kind of violent discourse about rape culture, about the celebration of a kind of like aggressive masculinism. And I was really drawn to one of your images of two different tweets. And so one of them was, well, I think it was Kelly Conway, was that right? Was asking people to sort of tweet their stories about having been assaulted or abused. And then there was another tweet above it, which was hashtag about liberals are desperate, Trump 2016. So there's this sort of, there was this, I think, very, at least kind of in US Twitter, right, which I'm more familiar with, this kind of reactionary response to attempts to try to create a different kind of public discourse against that more violent discourse, right, about masculine aggression. And I mean, it's anti-feminist. Now I think there's a kind of attempt to try to label it as sort of post-feminist, right? So I'm wondering if you could maybe say something about that. Are these communities having conversations with one another? Are they not speaking to one another in the US? And if you saw in your sort of comparative analysis anything like that in Denmark, or if you could say maybe something about, is there a globalization of this kind of like post-feminist discourse?
Thank you. Tina?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for that question. I mean, I was taking on sort of the positive hat and trying to show examples of all the wonderful ways that the internet can sort of raise awareness around a certain topic. But as you say, I mean, there has been an equal amount of campaigns which are anti-feminist, and the kind of campaigns that I was talking about come with a huge backlash of anti-feminism, and we've seen all the I don't need feminism kind of social media campaigns as well. So yeah, so the US context is quite specific, and I think I don't want to be comparing apples and pears here, but I do think there's something quite specific to both sort of the feminist, anti-feminist conflicts within the US feminist movement, and there are also sort of the black versus white feminist movements, and there's a lot of criticism of these kinds of campaigns also of being too white and of being sort of reserved for privileged white women, right? So I think that it's difficult to compare the two countries, and that the kind of the conflicts and the disjunctures are unique to these two specific contexts, but that there's something sort of universal as well to how feminism is always met with a kind of backlash, and how any kind of feminist campaign will have an anti-feminist backlash as well.
Thank you. Okay, hands in the air once more. I think we have the lady right over here trying to. Once more, both hands up so you can catch it. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to push back a bit against the privacy paradox that you mentioned, Stefan. I don't know, in my mind, there is no more of a paradox than people smoking or eating stuff that they know is unhealthy. People are concerned about privacy, and they use these services because the convenience factor or the social value that they entail is too important. And that goes back to what we talked about earlier today, that they facilitate the social public infrastructure. So for most of us, I guess, there is a necessity of using them. So I think if we really want to promote privacy-friendly behavior or services on the net, we need to fundamentally challenge the incentive structure of these services, because currently, the online business model does not favor privacy. Why would it? It thrives on data maximization. So I think that's the challenge, more than the gap between what people say, their concern, and what they do.
Then can we change those incentives, and how?
Yeah, you can attempt, I think. I mean, we have the data protection förordningen, GDPR, thank you. That's at least one way of addressing, one way to strengthen the individual's rights, right? So, but it depends on awareness. You need to know who's collecting your data to be able to kind of ask for it. So to one degree, I mean, I agree with you to the extent that people both know and still use out of kind of a necessity in a sense, but it doesn't explain, because we are not all aware of all the collection. I mean, most of us are not are only aware of some collection, I would say. I mean, there are a bunch of parties using and trading the data behind the scenes too. We could never ask for that data because we don't even know that they exist, like the American Axiom, who has so much data on all the consumers in the world. So it's still an issue. How do you treat how do you treat the fact that we are limited as cognitive beings in a sense? We can only have like 3 things in our head at the same time. We know that Facebook and Google does things, but the other 100, how should we address them and deal that kind of issue? It's more an infrastructure of data collection, which is problematic. So, okay, the answer is still, how do we change the incentive for the market, I guess. Yeah.
You mean you didn't have the answer?
No. Yeah. No, but forcing more transparency is one action, but it won't solve the entire issue, at least. I mean, if you access a website and there's 100 collectors of data online, behind the scenes, if you force transparency to that, you might raise awareness and the consumers will be more informed, but you won't. Yeah, so people could, under competition, choose another website to visit or use another news agency and stuff like that. But still, it only solves little, I think.
True. We are about to wrap up because I'd like to ask the panel to do one final thing. This is a scientific symposium. We're all here because we're looking for new knowledge in the digital area in different ways. And I'd like to hear each and every one of you say something about some part of research that you would like to delve deeper into, some issue that you think is not enough covered yet and you'd like to look closer at it, or if there's some issue connecting to your field that you think that somebody else should look closer to increase our knowledge and increase our possibility to live successfully in the digital world. What do you want to know more about, I guess, would be the simple phrasing of that question. Stefan, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I need a... No, I mean, there's so many things I want to know more about. I'm so happy we're here.
I can just pick one.
Yeah, but just stress the fact that you said that, so you don't know the answer. No, of course not. I mean, and sometimes that's important not really know the answer, because we have to figure out the best questions first, right? So that would be one question. How do you change the incentive for a market that's completely driven by collecting data when we see so many side effects to it that we don't necessarily like? So that's a good question.
That's a good one. Thomas?
It's a hard question. Well, first of all, I would like to know more about how manure is addressed in 18th century British texts. Okay?
Absolutely.
I'm
Don't we
get
all?
admission to that database. That's a simple... No, but of course, well, actually, I'm interested in what has been up here today. How do technology and social institutions interact around information technologies historically? So to me, that's actually not as much research as you would believe. So.
Okay, Per?
I would put forward the privacy awareness and how we can design technology to support the privacy awareness and protect the individual. And we actually have, together with Stefan and other colleagues from Lund University, an application which resides in a special store in Stockholm somewhere, which we hope will be positively evaluated, and then we might have a little bit of an answer in a few years. Or more questions.
Thank you, Per. Tina?
Well, difficult question, but I think I would be interested in the question of how do we create alternatives to sort of the corporate social media structure that we have today? How do we create alternatives that are, or systems that are not sort of structured around economic incentives? And yeah.
Thank you. Lawrence?
So, much of the work around democracy reform assumes we could get to a state when people actually liked their government. And I'd like to know whether that's actually true, that it's possible for people to like their government or to be, in some sense, affirmed in the way that their democracy works. I mean, we will assume that's true and we'll continue to move there, but it would be nice to know if we're going to get someplace at any time soon.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for your attention and your participation today. I'm very grateful for this great panel today. So thank you. Big thanks to Lawrence Lessig, Tina Ascanius, Per Runesson, Thomas Kaiserfeldt, and Stefan Larsson. Thanks. We are now breaking for lunch, and you're all very welcome back here for this afternoon session when we'll talk about media and digital with José van Dijck and many others. We start again at 2 o'clock. Please be back in good time. Thanks. Welcome. Welcome back, all of you who attended this morning's session. Welcome here, all of you who are making your first appearance at the Digital Society Symposium at Lund University. And also a big welcome to those following us via the live web stream. Great to have you with us too. My name is Lessig. I'm the moderator for the symposium, and it's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today and guide you through some great keynote presentations and presentations of researchers from Lund University, as well as through a panel discussion at the end. So the brief setup is this. We'll have a keynote lecture, we'll have a Q&A session for that, we'll break for coffee at 3:15, and then we'll reconvene after 30 minutes, and then we'll listen to the Lund presentations and wrap it all up with a panel discussion in which I hope that you all would want to take part also. It's great to have with us here today the professor of comparative media studies from University of Amsterdam, also a president of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences, previously a visiting professor and scholar at several universities, amongst them MIT and the University of Technology in Sydney. She's a researcher in fields of social media, media technologies, and digital culture. And today she's speaking to us about who governs the platform society, embattling public values in a connective world. Welcome, Professor José van Dijck.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you all, and thank you very much for inviting me here. First of all, of course, I would like to congratulate the University of Lund for its birthday. 350 years is, quite old, but also quite young as compared to other universities. Lisa mentioned that my home university is the University of Amsterdam, which was certainly true until January of this year, because I moved back to my alma mater, which is Utrecht University, which I think is a little bit older than Lund, but I won't pitch a fight here. So. Anyway, there's a couple of things I would like to discuss with you today, and after this morning's lecture and wonderful talks we heard, I would like to talk a little bit more about the platform society. I will base this talk on the book that I wrote with my two co-authors, Thomas Poel and Martijn de Waal, and it was published in Dutch just recently in December. You can actually download it. It's downloadable from Amsterdam University Press, but it's in Dutch, so I think that language may prevent you from downloading this book. So don't worry, I'm actually currently working with my two co-authors on an English version. It will be a very different version because it will be, I will be dealing with more like an English-speaking part of the world, so not just with the Netherlands. And we're currently writing the last chapter. So in order to get that last chapter written, I would love to hear some contributions from you. So by the end of my talk, I will basically tell you what my ideas are for the last chapter, and then I hope you'll co-author it with me, and I will recommend you in the last, in my preface. So, what is this platform society about? And if I had to summarize my talk in just 140 words, 140 tokens is just not enough to, explain this all, but I would basically say it's a global ecosystem of online platforms driven by a set of platform mechanisms. It is penetrating every sector of society while bypassing local and national institutions that traditionally anchor public values. And just in case you can't remember this, I will take this summary as cues throughout my lecture. So don't worry, it will all come back. So this is, the shortest summary, but these are the questions that I will be asking over the next 40 minutes or so. Who is responsible for a fair, democratic, and responsible platform society? Who is responsible for that? And secondly, how can public values be negotiated in such a platform society? So those are the questions that I will be entertaining you with for the next 40 minutes. Let's start with the first line, a global ecosystem of online platforms. Now, that may not be, a common thing, that you hear, a global ecosystem of online platforms. There will be a few terms, that you will hear frequently used. Oh, let me first stick to this one. But there's a few terms that you will hear regularly, and one of them is the sharing economy or the platform economy, or even the platform revolution. Well, in my view, I would really prefer the term platform society for several reasons. First, I think the platform society is not just about sharing. I think sharing is a terrible misnomer. I've explained it in my previous book, The Culture of Connectivity, and I dedicate a full chapter in that book to why sharing is a misnomer for these kind of economic activities online. But it's also not just about economic developments. It is actually, it involves a lot of things. It involves social, political, and cultural transformations. And the platform society, for one thing, has built on a global corporate ecosystem, which is penetrating all kinds of offline institutions that are mostly organized nationally. They're affecting geopolitics. So for that reason, I use the term platform society, but in fact, what I need to use is the plural of platform societies, of platform society, which is societies. I rather prefer that term because, of course, there is no one platform society in the world. What is true, though, is that there is an American platform ecosystem that is dominant, but it's not unique in the world. China, for one thing, is operating its very own ecosystem, and that is operated by its own Big Five. I will return to the American ecosystem shortly, but this is just a little sideway to let you know that there's not just one system, a platform ecosystem operating in the world. There is a Chinese ecosystem, and it's operating by its own 5 big companies, which includes Alibaba, Tencent. Tencent is the owner of WeChat, for instance, Baidu, and Jingdong Mail. So those 5 companies really, are sort of capitalizing on the Chinese system. The Chinese ecosystem is a form of state capitalism. Their corporations are more or less ruled by the state, whereas in the American-based ecosystem, it's the other way around. Now, what is interesting, though, and this, I'm writing this book, but this will probably be my next book. I'm already thinking about it. That Chinese ecosystem deploys, I think, the very same mechanisms as the American system, the American-based system does, only driven by another ideology, which is more of a state ideology. This is my dream for a future book, so we can discuss that later, but now it's I will sort of sidetrack it. Because I will talk more about those mechanisms later. It deploys the same mechanism, but it's only driven by a different ideology. Now, the American ecosystem of platforms certainly operates globally, and indeed, it did fail to penetrate the Chinese system. Google, Facebook, Uber, they're all trying very hard to get an entrance into into the Chinese ecosystem of platforms, but so far all of them have been left out of that system. They're kept at bay by the Chinese government because they don't want to interfere with that Chinese ecosystem of platforms. Very interesting geopolitical adventure that you may be talking about more tomorrow, I heard. But this is just an interesting idea that I will entertain for a next book. Let's go back to that American-based ecosystem. And what we're talking about, if we concentrate on that American-based platform ecosystem, it's driven by what I call the Big Five. I think there was in the New York Times, an American columnist mentioned the frightful 5, which I think it's going too far, but I want to steal that term from him, but I call it the Big Five. Of course, it's Google, which is now called Alphabet, or its parent company is Alphabet, Apple, Facebook, Microsoft, and Amazon. They are by far the 5 big platform owners. And through those Big Five, all of the platforms that we know and that we care about and that we have on our phones, they're all connected. And they're connected basically into a worldwide system that runs on a few principles, the principle of scaling and the principle of network effects. Those network effects and scaling turn them into huge platforms. That is how they work, that's how they operate, and that's how they become big. By gaining lots and lots of users. Facebook is now boasting 1.9 billion users in the world. And those platforms, they increasingly act as gatekeepers of all of our social and economic activities. Everything you do every day is mediated, is connected through these platforms that are also gatekeepers to your daily social life. Not only that, but they also penetrate each different sector, all social sectors, all the sectors in our society that now work through platforms. Sometimes, through big data and algorithm hubs. Sometimes these platforms they are decided through ownership relations because they buy up like different platforms. And sometimes they just work with partners, also government partners. There's a lot of government partners that work with Google and through Google. So through all these different alliances, ownership alliances, but also relations or partnerships, all these platforms manage to function as gatekeepers to our daily systems. Over the past few years, you've probably all heard about, the different startups that were gobbled up either by Google or by Facebook. Microsoft has just, last summer bought up LinkedIn, for instance. I just heard that Minecraft was bought up by Microsoft, one of the big successful Swedish games. So a lot of this market concentration goes into this big five. Now, these big five companies are, at least for the near future, they're sort of forming not a monopoly, but an oligopoly. Oligopoly, I don't know how you pronounce that, but it's like, the five companies that define how the world is going to look like in terms of that platform architecture. Now, that architecture I would like to concentrate on, because if the platform ecosystem, which I'm going to explain shortly, if that were a pizza, then I think the pizza crust would be made in the USA and exported to the world. Now, I think it was Stefan yesterday, or Stefan here, you were talking about metaphors, right? I think this is another one of these metaphors that defines how we're dealing with new systems. So the pizza crust would be made in the USA and exported to the rest of the world. Now, that's not just a crust. A crust has a taste. It has something in the architecture that's very defining for the taste of your pizza. So the neoliberal American value system, which is, of course, as we see that from a European perspective, it's privileging corporate interests and favoring a small public sector, to which I will come back later. That ideology, that value system is baked into, very literally, the architecture of the platform ecosystem. So this is the crust. Then what about the toppings? On top of that pizza, and I think we could use all kinds of terms to identify what those toppings were, but those toppings can be added from everywhere. They can be added by companies, they can be added by public organizations, they can be put on top of that crust by non-profits, by governments, by American, by Europeans, etc. So the toppings is what we pile up on the pizza crust. Nevertheless, the taste of the crust is very defining the taste of our pizza. So in order to work with the different toppings, we have to look at the crust and how it defines us, right? So that is my metaphor. Now, let's go back to that system, a global ecosystem of online platforms, and let's concentrate on the second line, the second chapter of that summary. It's penetrating every sector of society. And I literally mean every sector, not just commercial sectors, not just private sectors, but also government sectors, non-public and non-profit sectors. So I will give you several examples. And the 4 examples that I mentioned are actually worked out in the book in the 4 chapters. So I won't go into much detail into each of these sectors, but that's really where I think much of the work is being done. Let's first on the urban transport sector. It is, of course, a private sector, urban transport, and it's very much defined right now by how new digital platforms are penetrating these businesses and how they, you showed IKEA being turned upside down. I think the transport sector is one of these sectors that is completely turned upside down by a platform like Uber. But it's not just Uber, and I wanted to go away, get away from the myth that it's just one platform that can upset an entire sector. So Uber, actually the platform Uber is partially financed by Google, which is what you're seeing in the arrow, and it's right now disrupting a lot of local transportation markets. Not just here in Sweden, I suppose, but also in the rest of Europe, in Spain, in the Netherlands, and of course in the United States. But Uber is not the only platform that is currently revising the transportation business. Other platforms are definitely, they're not just competitors, they're also trying to upset or disrupt that transport sector from various different perspectives. For instance, you have BlaBlaCar, which is a Spanish company, Spanish-based, but it's now spreading globally. But you also have like Snapcar, you have Parkfly WeGo, and many, many other platforms. The biggest competitor of Uber, by the way, is Lyft. They're affecting the entire transportation sector, not just cars driving, or even self-driving cars, which come into the equation if you look at Google and Uber, for instance, which are very much in the development of self-driving cars, but also, on the other hand, public transport. For instance, take a platform like Parkfly, which is currently reimagining or reshaping the transportation circle from all the way from you going, departing from your home to, for instance, an airport, and what do you do in between? That may include parts of public transportation, but also, renting a car or calling an Uber taxi. So there's a lot of things going on in this sector. I won't concentrate on the transport sector today, but I will return a little, to Uber later on in my presentation. Another sector that I would like to get a glimpse, show you a glimpse of, is news. News, of course, is a private sector, at least in the United States, in most of the European countries, at least in my countries, but we still have a large public media sector, at least in the Netherlands, with a large public responsibility. So I think this is an interesting sector because it's mostly, privately driven, corporately driven, but it has a huge public responsibility. Now, in this slide, you see two hubs, and those are, I think, the most important defining parts of a platform architecture that we have right now, which is Facebook Newsfeed and Google News. And they're news aggregators. They're not content producers, of course, but they aggregate news from, all kinds of content producers. Some of these platforms that you see here are digitally born. They're digitally born in the US, for instance, the Huffington Post, Upworthy, BuzzFeed, Gawker, and there's a number of others. And I'm showing you one particularly interesting Dutch digital content producer, which is called The Correspondent. It's an interesting initiative. It's now currently only operated in Dutch. It's very principled. It doesn't show advertisement. It tries to reinvent the distribution model, and it tries to reinvent the subscription model. So I thought it would be interesting to show this, particularly because as of this week, they're going international. So they're going to sort of, penetrate the English market, which would be a big surprise to me. But I think it's a very encouraging initiative. There's also in this slide a few legacy news organizations turned digital, of course. Of course, New York Times is still a big operation. And interestingly, it is increasingly integrated in this platform ecosystem. And for one thing, and we will discuss that later, it's increasingly, even the New York Times, they have started to buy into the platform ecosystem several years ago. And they're now realizing that they're becoming increasingly dependent on Facebook and Google News for their ads and for the distribution of their articles. So you know, over the past few years, I think there has been a lot of turmoil in this news sector that really deserves our attention. So that's another sector that we looked into detail. Health, incredibly important sector. How many of you are using health or fitness apps? Okay, so it's almost half. So you're using Runkeeper or Fitbit or you know, whatever. I see some people nodding. Okay, so those are health and fitness apps. I think are currently one of the most, you know, booming sectors in the platform society. Actually, last year in 2015, there were 165,000 new apps in the App Store, in the Google and the Apple App Store, and it's incredible how, you know, how many of those there are. Interestingly enough, and you see, you know, those little squares in between there, all of the big 5 companies have created specific, what I would call health hubs. They're sort of gatekeepers for health data. There's Google Fit, there's Apple Health, there's Microsoft Health Vault, and there's a number of others that I didn't mention. And those, of course, are part of the platform ecosystem, of the gatekeeping system, besides the more generic hubs, which is Facebook Messengers, Amazon Web Servers. Most of the health data, by the way, are saved on Amazon servers and distributed through these hubs. Now, it's not just those companies, but there's also, you know, quite a number of medical data firms that have come to, you know, into the equation as of, I think, a couple of years ago. There's research labs now, particularly in the medical industry, that are increasingly dependent on the big 5 for their health data. There's even companies that are completely turning into digital health data companies. For instance, in my country, you just mentioned Volvo here, which is turning into a different company. Philips, any of you who know Philips, which used to be an electronics company, they have just sold off their last part of electronics, and now they're calling themselves a tech company and a data company, mostly in health. So they're a health data company, which is interesting. Only several years ago, no one would have ever expected the biggest Dutch firm, 40,000 employees in Eindhoven alone, which is huge. It's now a health data company. I've written on the health sector extensively in an article in Big Data and Society, so I won't dwell on it much here, but it's there for you to read if you're interested. Health sector is incredibly interesting, and I could talk for hours and hours just on that sector. I won't. I will go to the next sector, which is also incredibly interesting as a sector, which is education. Higher education, well, all education in Sweden, and so it is in the Netherlands, is a public sector. And I thought it was very important to also talk about the platform society and how it affects the public sector, which is in most of the European countries education, not entirely so in America. I took, for one of the studies, I took MOOCs, massive open online courses, as an example of how platforms are penetrating the educational market, the educational sector. I looked at, for instance, Coursera, Udacity, and edX, and you can read that research in the International Journal of Communication. Now, those big 5 companies have a huge interest in education platforms. And of course, as any of you can imagine, there is a huge interest, big opportunities for these companies to obtain data from young people, because they will become lifelong consumers. So from a commercial perspective, it's incredibly interesting to catch young people in an educational system while they're still getting used to, you know, using many platforms. Now, Google particularly is a big player in education. I don't know if you know the hub, Google Apps for Education, GAFE for short. Google Apps for Education is like, they're like putting several hubs into, you know, any of the platforms that are used through, and of course they're distributing also their own hardware, their own very inexpensive laptop computers through Google, on which they're already pre-installed. So Google Apps for Education is becoming a huge market. I think Per was talking about that earlier, where software and developing software is built into hardware. It's not just higher ads. Oh, by the way, Google also owns all the very favorable, my favorite hubs at least is our Google Scholar, Google Library, Google Books, Gmail for Students. There's all these hubs that we are used for generating data. This chapter or this slide is mostly about higher education, but in fact, the big five are interested in all of education, whereas Google has invested, I think, mostly in higher education. Facebook, for one thing, has just several years ago, just I think 2 years ago, started to invest in alt school, which is a new type of primary education where every type of education is conducted online. So from a very young age, children in preschool already starting with Facebook software that they keep using in school, and where the generation of data adds very much to their personal profile. So by the end of their school career, they no longer, that's the joke at least, they no longer have to write a CV or apply for a university. The university only has to look at their profile, and they will see perfectly, how a child has behaved from preschool through high school. And that is, of course, what data allows you to do. Now, education, transport, health, and all the other sectors, of course, are part of what I call platformization. And platformization is ubiquitous in all sectors, not just the sectors that I show to you, but also in finance, in retail, the hotel sector, neighborhoods. You see here neighborhood apps. It's another one of my interests. How do neighborhood apps actually penetrate complete neighborhoods and gather data from you and me and everyone else who is giving them away? And then, of course, all of these apps, all of these sectors are built on top of that global corporate ecosystem, the pizza crust, operated by the big five pizza bakers. It has, in fact, enormous impact on the organization of our society, the way we live, whatever we do. It has incredible impact on who we are and how we organize our daily life. Now, usually we ask the questions, when you download a new app, what do we do with platforms? But my favorite question actually is, what are platforms doing to us? How do they govern us? And that is mainly my question, my academic question. Just remember that platforms are never, ever neutral. They always shape society. My good colleague and dear friend Tarleton Gillespie has explained that, by governance by platforms. Governance by platforms mean platforms are governing us, whereas we usually talk about, and platforms always complain about that they're being governed by regulators and governments. But how do they govern us? I think that's, the most important question. And that brings me to the third part of my talk, which is how. That question, I think, is crucial. It's driven by, that platform architecture is driven by a set of platform mechanisms. And Stefan already talked about a few of those mechanisms, so he cut some of the grass way before my feet. That's a Dutch expression, so that's another one of the metaphors you can use. But how do platforms govern society? And I would like to identify 3 mechanisms, and you already mentioned 2 of them. The first being datafication, then commodification, and then finally selection. You had another one, but let me explain what I mean and why I think it's so important to use any one of those. The mechanisms in those pizza crust, they really define how the topics taste. So let's start with datafication, and I will go to them very quickly because Stefan already explained them. Datafication is transforming online activity into data to generate value. Now, user data are a new type of currency. You already mentioned that. Next to money and next to attention, it is really data that we're using as a currency to pay for all kinds of services that appear to be free. Now, each single act by each user is, in fact, algorithmically, automatically selected and processed, and that is adding to your user profile. So really how, and that's part of the next step is every act that is translated into data becomes a data point, and it's those data points that become commodifiable. So commodification is really the creation of online value out of those data flow. Now, this, of course, I think you already talked about that a little bit, Per, is that we have a few basic business models. I won't go through all of them, but they're really, really complicated, and they're becoming more complicated each day. What you're seeing in terms of commodification is that you have to engage with multi-sided markets where data are traded between platform owners and advertisers, headhunters, data brokers, insurance agents, hospitals, you name it. They become multi-sided markets, and that makes those business models so complicated. So, like the datafication, the commodification part is characterized by its intransparency. It's totally opaque what happens inside, under the hood, in the engine of that car. And also that particularly holds for this mechanism, which is selection. Selection is the algorithmic filtering of user signals. And filtering happens through automated buttons. Like you all know the like button, the share button, the friend, the retweets, etc., etc. Hardly any one of us knows which algorithms underlie which activities, and that's how they want it to be. I mean, algorithms are totally intransparent. The same holds for personalization. We know that Facebook personalizes the news that we get through our personal newsfeed, but it's totally incomprehensible how they do that. They do not account for that. There's no accountability. There's no opening up the process. So the same holds for reputation mechanisms. Uber makes use of, reputation mechanisms. We know that they are there. We know, we actually help create them, but we don't know what they mean. We don't know, for instance, if an Uber driver gets a 4.5, if he gets less, he will be, will never get another job. So what judgments are actually built into those reputation mechanisms? That, I think, is the big question. So coming back to that entire ecosystem, and actually, the most important part of the book, I think, will be on these mechanisms. How do they work? But the most important thing is that it is impossible to know how their effects steer society. And that is exactly what we need to know more about. This is where responsibility starts, with getting insight into how this system works. Now, let's go to the next level, which is, this is almost like a game where you get pushed to the next level. But what platforms do is they often bypass institutions, and that is very often called disruptive innovation. Disruption also means in favor of deregulation. Interestingly, in Dutch, the term for disruption is also deregulation. It's the same term. And that happens to both private sectors and public sectors. So how does that happen? How do platform companies actually position themselves outside of our current and regular control systems? Uber, for instance. Uber says, well, we're a digital service. We're connecting. The only thing we do is connecting drivers to users, our customers. So as facilitators of that connectivity, we're not subject to transport regulation. So this actually is now being handled in the Spanish court was giving this over to the European court, which is now presented with the ruling whether whether Uber is a transportation service or a digital platform. A very important definition for European law. If Uber is not a taxi company, its drivers cannot be employees. That's like the logical consequence. So a lot of Uber protests are about the nature of that company. The protests come from both drivers and competitors of Uber, local taxi companies, for instance, who are arguing that this is not a level playing field. After all, Uber, for Uber, if you take an Uber taxi, they charge you a very high fee, which is almost up to 20%, but Uber pays no taxes. They don't pay pensions or insurance fees for their drivers, which is what regular taxi companies are supposed to do. They carry no liability. So yes, Uber generates economic value, for sure, but no, Uber withdraws from public value creation in societies in which it operates. Right? So that's the double bind that you're in. Same holds for Airbnb Amsterdam. I was just part of an interesting negotiation with Airbnb in Amsterdam. Amsterdam is one of the big hubs of Airbnb in Europe. They rent out just the city center, 22,000 Airbnb accommodations per year, catering, something like 1.5 million transactions through Airbnb per year. It's huge, huge markets. But there's a lot of protests coming from neighbors. They're very angry at the commercialization of homes and the city. So Airbnb argues, well, we're not a hotel business, we are a connecting service. So Airbnb pays no taxes in Amsterdam. They've just started to charge tourist tax to Airbnb customers, the guests that they accommodate. So the city council asked, well, who is paying for security? Who's paying for social order? Who's paying for the collective costs of running a city? In other words, who is responsible for the platform society for running it? And in the long term, they even had, a bigger point, because Airbnb is really sort of messing up the housing, the local housing arrangements where you have social housing for people with lower incomes. And because of the rising costs of accommodation in the downtown area, the price of housing, of course, skyrocketed in the past 2 years. And now there's a huge difference between the have and the have-nots in the city center. Very small area of a few kilometers. Finally, Facebook. In November 2016, just last year after the US election, Mark Zuckerberg said, after he was getting a lot of flack from a lot of people about their sort of mishandling of the fake news issue and a lot of other things, he said, well, we're not a media company. We're not responsible for whatever, filter bubbles, fake news. We simply connect news to content users. We're creating value out of advertising. So that's what we do. That's in that business, that's what we are. So, in other words, Facebook does not accept responsibility of a news organization for curating and editing content. But, of course, it has incredible influence on the visibility of news. So here's the pizza paradox, perhaps it's called. In 2015, Uber, the world's largest taxi company, owns no vehicles, Facebook owns no content, and Airbnb, the world's largest accommodation provider, owns no real estate. And indeed, they're worth much more than the ordinary companies. Airbnb, for instance, it's valued in the stock market now 50 billion, whereas, for instance, the Hyatt hotels are only worth $10 million. They have all this real estate, right? So it's almost incomprehensible as to where that value comes from, which is another question. But let's get to the last, to my last note. What about public values that were traditionally anchored in public institutions and in institutions that we need for regulation? So what about that public value? How is it anchored? How do we get to it? Now, here I put up some of these public values that I think are very important to our democracies. And on the left side, you see, I think, important values that are directly linked to platforms. We worry about their accuracy. When we use health apps, of course, we worried about their accuracy, and rightly so. We're worried about security, about privacy, very important. But then on the other hand, on the right hand, you're seeing some long-term, more general public values, such as transparency, as fairness, democracy, that I think are becoming very nebulous now. How are they anchored in this platform society? What do we as public organizations do to actually handle them with care? And they were traditionally anchored in institutions, but they're increasingly steered by those invisible, very intransparent platform mechanisms. So here's my last question, my basic question. Who is responsible for a fair, democratic, responsible platform society? And how can these values be negotiated? And I will walk you through a few of these things. This is just a, an ideal model of the platform society. A platform society, I think, is not a thing, something that is finished. To me, it is every day it's an ideological site of contestation. This is where, where we contest what public values are, what they do, and how they steer our societies. The actors that you're seeing in this figure, they come from market, from state, and from civil society. And all of those are part of that negotiation, as it should be. I don't think it always is, but I think where negotiations are taking place is in the middle of that square. Market forces, civil organizations, and of course, states. Whereas indeed, for me, state is not necessarily a negative thing. We may come back to that in the discussion. So platforms themselves are actually very eager to most of the commercial platforms to only have market actors involved in that negotiating process. So what can we do to sort of break into those negotiations? And I'll give you 3 examples. That's my last thing. Example 1, exhibit 1, I need to say. Negotiation between the City Council of Amsterdam and Airbnb about fairness. What is fair in a city like Amsterdam? In terms of housing, of sharing your accommodation with others. Of course, there were these negotiations in December, which I thought was very interesting. The City Council told the public, like, oh, we've got a big win in December. So what was the win? They actually have a limit for Airbnb, limiting the number of days that guests can stay in one accommodation to 60 days. So Airbnb, the big win in that negotiation was that Airbnb was going to build that into its interface so that the city need not to send out 100 or 100 plus law enforcers to actually control all those accommodations. So it was built into the interface. So that was the biggest win in that negotiation part. I think the city that made less of a big win than they advertised, but I think there's still a lot of things that they need to negotiate with Airbnb, and not just Airbnb. There's a number of other platforms that they need to negotiate that with. But Airbnb, for instance, refused to give the city access to its database. So, of course, they invoked privacy as their main argument, but what really happens is that the city cannot actually check their compliance. So what the heck, why do we have rules if you can't even check their compliance? But this is, just another part of that negotiation. I also think that the city could have done better in terms of sort of limiting that number of days that people can stay in the downtown area to 15 days, but then outside of the, the city, the suburbs, and especially the poorer parts of the city, they might as well have limited there to 90 or even, as far as I'm concerned, to 180 days, so people can make money in those areas, unlike the downtown area. By the way, New York, New Orleans have totally different negotiations with Airbnb, which is interesting. I compared those. In New York, there's a minimum, a 30 days minimum that was imposed by the city. And in New Orleans, the Airbnb is not allowed to rent out accommodation in the French Quarter, which I also think would be a good idea for Amsterdam. But I'm not on the City Council of Amsterdam. So, example 2. This, I think, is a very interesting case. It's not in Europe, it's in South America, and it's in Sao Paulo. Uber in Sao Paulo was faced with, the city negotiations about their regulation, and they had to work with a couple of problems in the city of Sao Paulo, which was one, there was too much traffic in the downtown area for all these taxis. There were too many taxis in the first place. There was unemployment, a lot of unemployment, especially amongst women, and poor accessibility of some city areas. So the city of Sao Paulo said, we have all these problems, we will regulate, we will use this platform negotiation to also solve those urban problems. So what they did is they designed, and this was technology by design, they designed a transport system with credits. They had a licensing, they issued a licensing system based on credits per transportation miles. interesting thought. But those credits can be priced dynamically. So, for instance, your mileage would be cheaper if you were going to underserved areas, so you can buy into that system. So what the city of Sao Paulo basically does is work with that system to not create problems, but to solve the problem that the city already has, and base their regulation system on those credits. For instance, a minimum of 15% of all credits would go to unemployed female drivers, so they would get employment. So you can actually be very creative with a system, with negotiations. Example 3, I won't go much into detail because of lack of time, but this is an interesting alternative, which is a co-op. It's Lazus, it's called Lazus. It's a platform cooperative where citizens share rights, and they have invented their own currency credit system. So it's another type of technological invention that was very much embedded in a social cooperative where they were using it as a sort of system. And in this system, there's no sharing with other big platforms. So an interesting example, but I won't go into detail. One more example before I finish. Who is responsible for flagging fake news? And fake news was a big issue. And I just mentioned that Facebook did not want to be responsible for fake content. You know, some say, well, those who produce fake content are responsible for it. Others say, well, you know, it's not producers, it's Twitter, Facebook, and Google who are responsible for distributions. And yet others say, well, it's opaque selection mechanism that are responsible for these fake ads. For fake news. Now, Facebook, which I just called an irresponsible company for not handling fake news, actually realized that something needed to be done because for the simple, very commercial reason that it was losing advertisers. You know, many advertisers are now realizing that their content is being put next to fake news or hate speech or whatever content they do not like, and sort of, you know, it pollutes the news feeds. So what Facebook did is they took 2 types of actions. First, they asked users to flag fake news or spam. And second, they asked news organizations to flag fake news. Now, this is very funny. Well, it's not so funny when you start thinking about it, but Facebook indeed wants to outsource their responsibility as a news company, but of course they're not a news company. They want to outsource that responsibility to users and to content producers. Now, over the past few weeks, I've seen several very interesting responses from news producers, very legitimate and, you know, producers of news content like the New York Times, and also in my own country, in the Netherlands. There were 2 newspapers who put a short article and a comment on the front page saying they were refusing to act as Facebook wanted them to do, right? For the first time, they were just mad at Facebook. They said, well, we've given you everything, we're giving you our content, you're distributing that, and now we're not going to act as your editors. And also a lot of users sort of, you know, protested this question from Facebook, do you want to flag our content? So, in fact, I think this is the beginning of what we should, you know, realize is that users, content producers, all of us legitimate actors in that, you know, whole negotiation arena, we should become much more assertive, much more, you know, aware of what we're doing in that negotiation contest. So, in short, to conclude, I think that each of the sectors that I talked about is a separate field of struggle of negotiation. So, all of the actors have a stake in shaping that global platform society, and a legitimate stake at that. I think also that governments, which I haven't talked much about due to a lack of time, but they have a special responsibility to organize that platform society and to show governmental responsibility. So my main question remains, and this is where I need your input, especially for the last chapter, right? I hope I can give the answer in the last chapter. What does it take to shape fair and democratic platform society? How do we do that? On top of, once again, an ecosystem, the crust, which architecture is very much shaped by those American neoliberal values. In fact, asking that question is asking how to square a circle. And I think that platform society is still under construction. Building trust, and there I totally agree with Per, I think we're on the same page there. Building trust in that platform society really very much depends on all actors, you and me and I and my government and all the companies that are involved in creating platforms and also in distributing them, generating data, distributing them. We're all part of that negotiation. So I really recommend you for having this conference where I think you have invited people from all kinds of disciplines, and I think that is crucial, to involve people from all different areas, not just technology, not just law, not just economics, but from all over society where we can all act as responsible actors in that platform society, plural, by the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, José. This is very interesting. Now, you brought up a couple of practical examples on how communities have dealt with one issue, which is the platforms sort of disrupting what used to be a chain between you pay for something, a service or a good, and then money goes into also the tax system so that we have money for our common goods, for our society. And that is broken, that chain, and how that could be dealt with in different ways. But I'd like to go back to the pizza again and ask, do you have any examples of any community or society trying to battle the value problem that we are our value system is forced upon us because it comes with the pizza crust and we can only provide the toppings, because that's a more abstract and maybe more difficult situation?
I would say that's the million-dollar question. Because, of course, any type of topping that you put onto the pizza crust is still dependent on that crust. So what I think that we need to do is, I'm also testing this metaphor on you guys because I'm not sure whether it works. I've only made it up recently.
We'll have to make an exit poll.
Yeah.
Do we like the pizza?
Do you like the pizza? But it is very difficult to actually influence that crust. Now, I think once we see, and that's the power of metaphors, in fact, is once we see that we can hardly do without that without crust there's really no pizza, we can start thinking about alternatives. And we can also think about something else, which is that we can and that is, I think, what is happening just now and just very recently, is that we can start asking questions to the big platform companies, like we did with Facebook. Just, okay, we're no longer going to give you our content. We're no longer going to have you put ads next to this type of content. So I think it's the responsibility, once again, of big corporate or other corporations dealing with Facebook, with Google, etc. The responsibility of users, and of course the responsibility of governments. It's not just, governments so far have been mostly interested in privacy law, in intellectual property, dealing with, the values that I had on the left side, security, confidentiality. Those are very important. But I think what they have really underestimated is the value, the importance, the significance of public values on the right side. Like, what does it do to us in the long term? How does it treat us fairly? How does that system affect what we do on an everyday basis? And how does it affect, for instance, inequality? How does it affect, that intransparent collection of mechanisms in between is so much influencing what we do every day. People are hardly asking what happens in between. What is it that these mechanisms do? So it may not have been very systematic in this talk, but in the book, we're really, really focusing on what those mechanisms do. And perhaps, and that's, I want to mention him once again, Tarleton Gillespie, who is looking very much into, for instance, moderation mechanisms. He goes very deeply into what do algorithms do in terms of moderation, moderating content for us. Algorithms are basically business secrets, and I think we need to urge the big 5 players to help us make things more transparent. If they won't, in the long run, their business will be doomed. Because, of course, as assertive consumers, we also have power. As we're both users and consumers at the same time. So we produce the data while we're also consuming. And that, I think, might be the trick, might be the opening towards a different attitude by users than the consumers had in the past.
Right.
Perhaps this is a very long answer to your very short.
But it was an interesting
question.
answer, so it was worth it. I will, however, now open the floor for questions from you folks. I hope that you have some, and I'll make this demonstration once more because not all of you were here last session. This is a catch box. This means this is a box that you catch when I throw it at you. And inside it is a microphone. So you hold it up under your chin and you speak into it. And also, I might want to mention that if you want to write on social media about this symposium, we hope you hashtag it LU350 so we can find it easily. And we do have a question right over there. I think I'll step over here to maximize my chances to actually, yeah, that was pretty good. Go ahead, sir. And please, won't you tell us who you are and where you know?
Of course. Hi, Jakob Texe, RISE 6. I'm a privacy researcher. So there is a sort of strange dichotomy in the responsibility of platforms that you're talking about. On the one hand, we have the problem that has been talked about for many years, that platforms have an increasing importance in our lives, and they affect us in very different ways, and we are skeptical about that power. But on the other hand, there has been a move in the recent years to make sure that the platforms actually do self-regulate and make sure that they take decisions that are affecting our democratic society, such as Google's right to be forgotten, such as the censorship, or not censorship, but the filtering of hate speech and advertisement. Like, how do you square that dichotomy between, on the one hand, being skeptical of the platforms regulating, and on the other hand, the general push towards actually wanting the platforms to regulate, even though they are not government agencies and they affect us in big ways?
Right. Well, that's a complicated question. Actually, I have put up some questions, and those were some of my most important questions that I still need to answer. So I don't promise I can give you an answer in just a few sentences. That, in fact, is the most complex issue. There's one thing I forgot to mention, and that even makes your question more significant and even adds to the problem, which is that regulation is usually, self-regulation is one thing. Self-regulation is what the companies want. If you want to please them, you just use the word self-regulation, and they say they will do it. Now, as for regulation, we have an additional problem. That's, of course, that regulation is taken care of on a national basis. Local, sometimes. I was talking about city councils, for instance, national and supranational. I have the most confidence of all those levels. I have the most confidence in, for instance, European courts and supranational regulation, because it can do more, and it's more frightening in a sense to these companies than the local and the national levels. So we have to start collaborating on the European level to talk about what is our bargaining power, what are the bargaining chips that we want to put on the table if we talk to platforms like Uber or Airbnb. They love the fact that they have to go, to all these different cities like Amsterdam and New Orleans and Barcelona, you name it, to negotiate with local governments, because they can get a better deal out of each of those local governments. But in terms of the issues that we're really interested in and are really important, they're at the level where local governments can't really bargain. They can't put the chips on the table that is needed to bargain those significant issues. So I think we need to work on all levels, local, national, and supranational, and we shouldn't take for granted that the companies themselves are saying, well, just let us self-regulate, whatever we do, because in the end, we will all benefit from it. I don't think so. I don't think that public values is a self-evident, sort of human rights thing. No, human rights and public values need to be negotiated at every level in every different nation. We all have different values that we value more than others. Here, Sweden here is different from the United States, different from Britain, and I think we have not only the right but also the obligation to, as citizens, to participate in that negotiation battle, in that contest. Now, I sort of went off, and I think I forgot at least one important part of your question.
Yeah, so one other part of the question is, like, when it comes to the right to be forgotten,
right.
Google has to make a judgment on what is relevant speech. What should be visible or not? So do we
right.
want companies to do those decisions?
It's interesting, and now I come back to the pizza paradox, is that they're saying, well, we're not moderating because we are not a, you name it, news company, a taxi company, or whatever. So we don't need to do that because we're not part of that system that you're trying to force us into. They love being in that gray legal area and gray social area that we now call the platform society, as if there were no direct connection with all the offline sectors that they're actually that they're part of and that they're making their money off. The biggest part of that paradox is that they're actually using taxis and real estate and all these things in the offline society in order to make their bucks, right? So if we constantly allow them to self-regulate, to define everything on their own terms, what the platform society should be, and keep their processes hidden from the public view, I think we're in deep trouble because we cannot trust the negotiation about public values to one-third part of that circle, which is the market forces. I think in every type of negotiation, we need to take into account civil actors and market as well as state actors. I think it's in the middle, and perhaps I'm a little bit of a Habermasian here, like the ideal public sphere, which is still like, it's perfect, that balance between market, state, and civil society. I wish it were that way. It's not, it has never been that way. I'm not ahistorical here, so it's never been perfect. It will not be perfect. The only thing I'm arguing here is we need to stand in the middle to be part of that negotiation. And what I'm seeing now, and now I'm getting back to regulation, is that states sort of imitate what companies keep telling, let us self-regulate this business. We're very good at this. Everything will be fine in the end. Well, I don't think it will be fine in the end. I think those will be the values that are inscribed in the crust, that are baked into that crust.
And you think the states are backing down? That they
I think the states are not doing enough to regulate, or at least to play their part in this equation game, right? I think all of us and all of the civil actors and the state actors should do more to remain trustworthy participants in that negotiation game.
More
I'm
questions?
becoming an activist here on stage.
Yeah, I think you are. There's one right behind there, and
sure.
then we have one up here and one there. We'll try to make time for all of these, so please try to keep it brief.
I'm going to be very short. Big fan of the pizza metaphor. So, I just want to add just a little bit, because I think, like, tying in with what Stefan was saying, what you were saying now, one of the issues is that with privacy, as privacy breaches continue by these companies, people have started to take things into their own hands by using ad blockers or plugins like Disconnect. So, and I'm not sure if you've heard about this, but now Google is planning to integrate an ad blocker into Chrome. So now we're seeing, since the states are failing to intervene, these companies are taking it in their own hands, and I'm sure with Google, there's obvious conflicts of interest. And I think we're just going deeper into this sort of corporate governance sort of sinkhole. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen the ad campaign too. It's huge. They have a big ad campaign in the newspapers this week. And the thing that it's one step forward. It's not that, I think it's way overdue, for one thing, so that they should have done that a long time ago, but okay, they're doing it now. And it puts all of the emphasis on privacy, which I think is good, but what I'm arguing is indeed one step further, which is publicness. I think publicness is not just, one step further than privacy. It needs to be discussed along with privacy. What parts of our lives are, do we have the right to keep private? And that finally, also due to the GDPR law next year being implemented in Germany, I think we're one step further. But now we need to look at the long-term effects, and that's not just privacy, that is publicness. What do we want with our public sphere? What do we want with, we discussed over dinner last night the public media companies in all of Europe. You may not find this a big thing if you're American, because public media doesn't mean anything, but in my country, and I assume here in Sweden, public television is a big thing. Now, there's a huge, sort of fight going on between the content producers working for employees of the public media, public broadcasting in Holland, and the, the people in charge of the board of the public broadcast system, where they're saying, well, you can't just go onto YouTube and everything that's been produced, in a public context, in a public value system, you cannot just go to a commercial distribution system and just throw it in there where, they make money on what we have produced, because you're taking it out of context. And the editorial decisions that we make within our public context are so much different from the commercial ones. We don't want to get involved in what some of the advertisers have reasons to withdraw from Facebook right now. Fakebook, that would be another nice name. I didn't do that on purpose. Sorry, it just.
However, we will now hashtag everything with that instead.
Slip of the tongue. Of course, it's Facebook. Sorry. But you see what I mean? So, so there's this huge contest constantly between what is it that we need to do in the public sphere to remain public. And that question, what does it mean, publicness? What does it mean to have a public sphere or to have a public organization? We as teachers, at least for my part, when I teach at the university, each time, people ask me, do you want to collaborate with me on this course on Coursera or on edX or... And I think, okay, do I really want to do that? Do I want a commercial company make money out of my teaching value, or and I put that on whatever? I don't control it. I lose control over whatever I put out in on these platforms, and that is something that is very dear to me. The public sphere, and defining and controlling sort of the context that I used for value creation. Sorry about.
That's okay, but I promised 2 more people to ask a question.
Sure.
Okay? So will you pass the catch box over here, please? Oh, she can't catch anything, but she'll grab it instead. That's just fine.
Hi, my name is Jutta Heider. I'm a researcher in information studies in Lund. I love the pizza
Can you
metaphor.
speak in the microphone?
Yes, you
I love.
Just move it further.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Jutta Heider. I'm a researcher here in information studies here in Lund. I adore the pizza metaphor, and I will be using Facebook all the time.
Okay,
now.
thank you for your my
But
test.
I was wondering if you could expand a bit more on the issue of the pluralities of platform societies.
Yeah.
How are they differentiated? Is it just the big 5 are each their own society, or do you mean the China versus the West kind of societies? Could you expand a bit more on that? That would be.
Very good
that
question.
is a hard thing to make brief, but
I know because it's going to be my next book. But I thank you for asking that question. This is really it. That's what I come to realize. I don't want to talk about the platform society, which is a mistake. It's a concept that we shouldn't use. This is what Mark Zuckerberg calls his community. He calls about 1.9 billion people in the world his community. That's the community that's connected by Facebook. Now, sorry, 1 billion people cannot be one community, and we should actually welcome the fact that there's so many societies and that there's diversity in the kind of systems that we have and that we allow in this world, because it's from diversity that so many good things come, not just in innovation and what Per talked about, but in government. So talking about platform societies, what I mean is this is the geopolitics of platforms, more or less, which will be the next book. But it's interesting that China does not allow the American ecosystem, platform system, to penetrate their system. We may argue about that, but it's their right to have, a certain system as their own crust. What I'm arguing for, and this is what I would really like to know from you guys, and please mail me if you think, this is an interesting idea. what is it about Europe that we're so interested in having our diverse, different governments that our values are articulated commonly very different from American values? But what do we want that society to be? What, we have like several dozen countries in this beautiful continent, but how different do we want those countries to be? Do we want our own ecosystem? I think this is one of the questions that never occurred to any government. Would we have liked to have our own crust baked? Do we like to have our own pizza crust? Perhaps. It's probably too late to bring that up right now, but it's still an interesting question to consider, because we may still be interested in trying to reshape or co-shape that crust that has been imposed, that has become the normal food right now, right? So I think we should always think about societies in the plural, because I refuse to think that the world is just, it would be a perfect idea, but an ideal, but this is not how it works. It's usually if you use that phrase, like we are a community of 1.9 billion people, it usually is a statement that feels, that hides where the power is. And if anything, I want to make visible where the power is, what it does to shape our societies. So, I don't want it to be used, deplatform society, as like, the one community that Mark Zuckerberg uses. It's like a variety of government forms that are reigning the world.
Jutta, you said you couldn't catch, but can you throw? Because I know that somebody way back wanted... No. Yeah, there you go. So throw it as far as you can, and somebody will hold up both your arms so we can see where we're throwing. Oh, not bad. And continue. Thank you very much.
Probably. It is part of the platform. Okay. I'm Zaki Habibi, research in media studies and visual culture. I'm based here in Lund University. So the discussion and elaboration that deals with platform usually re-raise the duality of perspective, that is, between technological determinism and cultural determinism. Well, it's kind of like a cliche, but when you mention in the so-called platform societies, plural, how do you see the relevance of this coming back of this duality of perspective? And considering the complexity of platform development and their trajectories, as you have compellingly explained before, what is your position in such debate? And probably to relate to one of other of your main expertise, how do you also relate it with the notion of mediated memories in the current platform societies? Thank you.
Gosh, you're asking me like next week I'm going to Stockholm and I gave 2 lectures on this topic, so I was already preparing them. I will come to you, talk to you on the mediated memories part, right? But I will respond to you on the first part of your question, which is about technological determinism and how that plays into cultural determinism, which I think is an interesting point. We were talking last night, and I've been responding several times to the question of technology in terms of, okay, what if we would just invent a technology that would allow us to, all have that same neutral infrastructure that we could all work from? Well, Tim Berners-Lee invented that infrastructure some 27 years ago, which was called the internet, right? Now, on top of that infrastructure, we built this whole platform society, which is no longer, a far cry from what he had intended to invent when he invented the internet. Recently, I came, and this is sort of a history repeats itself story. Some of my colleagues in the computer science department came to see me and said, well, we have the big solution to your responsibility problem, which is blockchain. That's, the next generation of technology that will help you to get rid of all your responsibility problems, because, blockchain is the technology that will make it possible for everyone. I was complaining about how opaque and impenetrable those systems were. And this will be the solution to your problems, because it will make every single activity within that system visible to the outside. So then I started asking questions. Of course, blockchain has been around now for, a year and a half or so. And it occurred to me that they had never asked questions like, okay, who owns that technology? Who is in charge of distributing blockchain, and who is in charge of keeping control of that technology? There were all these questions that I asked that they thought were at least in part or in the beginning irrelevant to their development of the technology. Because once again, and that's the beginning of technological determinism, is let's do the technology part first, and then we will ask questions about impact, consequences, implications, all the rest. All that stuff comes after you have developed the technology. Whereas, to me at least, it is so important to ask those questions before you start designing the question of the technology itself. And those questions need to be baked into, once again, into that pizza crust, but at least in the technology that you're using. Because if not, it's not just an afterthought, to invent or to say that all those values, they will figure into that equation. No, it's not an afterthought. It's something that needs to be considered right before you start. So I don't think there's it's either cultural or technological determinism. I think we should get away from all these, and that's why I pointed out that the platform society or societies is that round in the middle, the square that we would like to call a circle. That is the negotiating part, and that should start at the very beginning of the invention of technology or the shaping of that. Does that at least answer the first part of your question?
Slightly, at least gives a hint. I'd like to ask you a final question. If you try to look 10 years into the future, which is a long time when it comes to internet, do you see an increased strength of a platform society, one, or will we see an increased amount of societies? Will we do all the different types of crusts? Will we have the whole grain and the gluten-free and all the different types? Will we go in a more national direction? Is that even possible, or will it all convene?
Sure. Oh, I'm terrible at prediction, but I think if I may refer to Professor Lessig's talk this morning, he made an interesting observation, or he just did that in the discussion afterwards about Russia being, the decentralized you have to read 8 newspapers in order to get to the truth. I think we're in this terms of the platform society, we're currently in the process of negotiation, finding what trust is. And redefining that is no easy matter. It's like redefining democracy, because I think when I think of the talk about democracy this morning was at least as daunting and as deeply troubling about the questions that you're asking about the platform society is asking questions about democracy. Where do we go from here? With all this technology at hand, does it allow us to turn it into a better technology? Can we use those instruments to reshape democracy for the better? I hope so. I'm an eternal optimist. So if you ask me what happens in 10 years, I always say, well, we've managed to come this far. We might as well get 10 years ahead and turn it into a better democracy. But I have my doubts. As of, for the past 2 years, I've become very critical of what the internet has allowed us to do. I was very optimistic at first, and now I think, wow, all the instruments that we've received there's also so much we have lost, especially editorial responsibility. One of the things that I'm have a lot of passion about. So I'm very passionate about organizations giving themselves editorial responsibility and being open about that, right? So for me, that is the crux, the heart of democracy. So I'm very double-hearted, I think. For one thing, well, I don't like pizza very much myself. So hopefully we will find a better metaphor. If anything, we'll find a better metaphor for discussing democracy and platform societies.
I'm afraid this one has stuck now, but José, we're very, very happy that you've been here today.
Well, thank you very much for being such a nice audience.
And we have a present for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So thanks to José van Dijck for her presentation today. We're now breaking for coffee, and at 3:45 we'll be restarting in here with the Lund University presentations, followed by a panel discussion where José will also take part. So welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice coffee break. We now have a great lineup of speakers tied to Lund University that will give us brief presentations, 15 minutes each, 4 of them, and then we will have a panel discussion in which José van Dijck will also take part. I will not take audience questions right after each speaker, but if you do have individual questions for them, please just keep them in mind, and then at the panel discussion, we'll open up for that too. Under the headline, How Closed is Open? Reflections on the Notions of Open Science, Access and Data, we will hear Associate Professor in Information Studies at the Department of Arts and Cultural Sciences at Lund University, Jutta Heider. Welcome.
Thank you. I have a microphone-induced nackspell, so if I make funny movements, that's because of that. The title of my talk is, as Lisa just said, How Closed is Open? Some Reflections on Open Access, Science and Research Data. And to be honest, I regret that I have chosen this topic. I've also done quite a bit of work on Google, social media and environmentally friendly living, and those topics are a lot easier to talk about. Almost everyone loves to talk about and hate Google, or has an opinion about Facebook while being totally dependent on it. Open access, though, much more difficult. First, it seems internal to the academic community. It has to do with scholarly papers and is a way for us scholars to communicate with each other. And who cares about that anyways, apart from ourselves and probably even more than us, our funders. Secondly, what is it anyways, and why is it important when we talk about the digital society? Well, I want to take you back to the early days of the internet, when for some reason there was some hope attached to its emergence that it would provide possibilities for changing inequalities in access to information. There was a lot of talk about how the internet would open up new ways for people to challenge power structures, to mobilize, organize, and not least, and important for my topic here, to get access to information, more information, better information, to make access more equal, quite simply to make it more open. That was one of the terms used to capture this spirit. It was applied to everything, from music to film to literature, the news, and it turned out to be quite disruptive, as it is called today. And in the end, as we know now, access was reshuffled, but ownership in the end just got more concentrated, in most cases anyways. In the late 1990s, attention turned to what could be called the most powerful form of knowledge we have and to how it is accessible, science. To make a long and very complicated story very simple, science and other forms of academic knowledge are today generally reported on in journal articles, conference papers, and books. Especially the scientific journal has a very special status as the arbiter of knowledge and also of status in science and the academy at large. And they're really expensive, at least some of them are, and their prices were increasing to such an extent in the 1990s that university libraries, who were essentially the only subscribers to these journals, had serious difficulties with maintaining their collections, their subscriptions, and with building the rest of their collections. That means buying books. Then journals were still on paper, and their production and transport was quite physically tied to costs to do with that. So, in comes the internet, and wow. Some people thought we can make scholarship free online for everyone to read and hopefully build on. And most of us here know scholarly authors don't get paid by journals for publishing articles. So the thought that with the internet you don't need expensive publishers to help you with distribution, you can just do it yourself, was close at hand. Seems obvious, it can be cheap. Just to distribute your research, and for the peer review part, you can have your own journals. And established journals, well, clearly it must be much cheaper for them to not have to print and ship and store them. That was the idea at the time anyways. In hindsight, it seems absurd how anybody could believe that, but they did, we did. And then there was this thing with copyright, who owned the copyright to the articles that scholarly authors wrote. Often it was the publishers. So this had to be changed. Academics had to retain copyright. So the fight for openness to the records of science began on two fronts, copyright and technical accessibility. In the midst of all this, a meeting took place in the early 2000s in Budapest, and from it the term open access went out into the world. A declaration was written and signed originally by a handful of scientists, academics, activists, librarians, and even alternative publishers. The Budapest Open Access Initiative. I will read the first paragraph for you. An old tradition and a new technology have converged to make possible an unprecedented public good. The old tradition is the willingness of scientists and scholars to publish the fruits of their research in scholarly journals without payment for the sake of inquiry and knowledge. The new technology is the internet. Removing access barriers to this literature will accelerate research, enrich education, share the learning of the rich with the poor and the poor with the rich, make this literature as useful as it can be, and lay the foundation for uniting humanity in a common intellectual conversation and quest for knowledge. And to achieve this, the peer-reviewed journal literature should be accessible online without cost to readers. This is open access in the beginning. It's about science in the specific form of peer-reviewed journal articles. Peer review is important here. Peer review is one of the most established forms of building trust in science, and like other traditional trust-building mechanisms that rely on expertise, also peer review has, as it turned out, come under new scrutiny in the digital society. You can see this declaration really bears the pathos and all the hallmarks of the time of hope for the internet to deliver a more equal world that still existed then. We could analyze this short paragraph forever, but I want to draw your attention to just some key concepts here. The new technology, the internet that makes something new possible for the first time. In fact, this is not new. To introduce a new technology as having almost magical powers for the first time, change some fundamental injustice and imbalance, is a very common way of justifying new technologies. It has been done by international organizations, for instance, probably since their inception. Another idea you can find here is that scientists and scholars share out of their own free will for the public good the results of their work, their research. More precisely, they write and publish without getting paid. Well, this might be so, but really we know there are other forms of payment, other forms of establishing status that are important in the academy than getting royalties for publications. Then, acceleration. Science is not fast enough, it seems to say. Science is not delivering, at least not for all. The final justification, sharing a common search for knowledge, and the notion of a humanity united in a conversation, which was really a dominant way of thinking about what the internet should deliver at the time, did not prove a sustainable idea. It was a dominant imaginary then, though. So what happened then? This declaration and a bunch of others, Berlin, Bethesda, Salvador, and so on, turned into something really successful. They had made this idea of free online access to scholarly literature into a movement. For those following the discussions at the time, there were largely three arguments used to make open access an attractive proposition to researchers and policymakers. Firstly, for researchers, it was measurable impact in the form of increased citation that can then directly feed into performance measures as the main way for structuring academic careers. Secondly, for policymakers and research funders, costs together with efficiency were advanced as gains, speeding up the scientific process, making things happen faster and cheaper. Third, the arguments were held together by the notion that the results of research funded by taxpayers should not be paid for twice, but directly be available to taxpayers without additional costs. Here, it made sense to connect ideas of an information commons to open access. In order for this to make sense, then, a focus on publications was not enough, but the entire process of doing research had to be lifted into the discussions around openness. And during the course of the next years and decade, it became an entire apparatus of openness in science that was latched onto open access. Now we talk about open science, open research data, open peer review, open innovation, and a bunch of others. But are we still talking of the same issues? Are we still talking of who owns the copyright of the rich and the poor, humanity and a knowledge commons speeding up things? And what is the role of the internet in today's imaginary? And what is the role of scholars? We are still talking about science, that is for sure. But science and academic knowledge has been broken down into its parts. Now it's about data, the instruments, the publication process, the way to make a career, publication lists on a CV, and so on. Much more realistic, of course. There was missing in the original vision a groundedness in scholarly practice. But is this new vision grounded in scholarly practice at all? Or which version of it, anyways? There was always the idea that if a text is freely available online, open access, it will be cited more, which is kind of an attractive idea for scholars. Everybody wants to be read and referenced. This idea still exists. But now it has been turned on its head. It has made open access into, and I quote, one element of a more profound evolution of the academic publishing system that will lead to major improvement in scholarly communication and research evaluation. This is from a more recent initiative, also an influential one, the OA 2020 roadmap issued in 2015. Now open access is about research evaluation. It is commonly tied to accountability, transparency, economic growth, and still and even more acceleration, speeding up knowledge production. In fact, the concept turned out to be the most stable one is acceleration. And if we look at today's idea of what open science, open data, and open access is for, various illusions to speeding up, to accelerating, racing, making faster, and rankings abound. Speeding up economic growth is the overall aim, and winning the science race is the way to do it. To summarize it a bit simply. For instance, I quote, ensuring Europe is at the forefront of open science means promoting open access to scientific data and publications, is a way to frame it that has been done by the European Commission quite recently. Crucially, open science is to be helped by open innovation, I quote, to connect and exploit the results of open science and facilitate the faster translation of discoveries into societal use and economic value, quote, end. Plenty of examples like this can be found in today's commentary on open science and open access. The role of technology then? They still talk about creating open standards, of course, to make the various forms of research data talk to each other. But mostly it has merged into various commercial platforms. That is, partly some of the big publishing houses that were the original villains, if you may, in the early days, have grown immensely and now offer complete packages from discovery, analysis, writing, publication to outreach and assessment. Partly, it is the new internet giants like Google, and of course there are some new kids on the block as well, like ResearchGate and academia. Most interesting, though, I find how the role of scholars and scientists has changed over the years as the commercial platforms have merged into being the embodiment of what open access and open science is. In the early years, the idea was clear. Scientists are sharing their publications. It is them who do the gifting. That was probably quite naive. Now it is different. Often scientists are portrayed as at fault, as being in the ivory tower in the lab, as being too technical, too isolated, not wanting to share with others, just being interested in making a career for the humanities. They are seen as being too untechnical, too backward-looking, and so on. In short, as someone who has to be changed, educated to learn how to behave correctly in the sense of the scholarly spirit of sharing on a commercial platform. Open access has now become a wheel in a type of deus ex machina, where a specific kind of confined technical openness becomes part in an imagined transformative system change that is almost entirely impregnated in the language, some would say jargon, of economic necessity, commercial interests, and technological determinism. Open in a technical way, yes. Open in a meaningful way, I'm doubtful. Of course, this is in many ways not surprising to many. Still, it concerns the most powerful knowledge in society, a form of knowledge that is currently challenged in a substantial way. And I think we should continue asking how the infrastructures we have to shape this knowledge are built and owned, and which alliances form around these infrastructures, and how their necessity is justified. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jutta. You talk about some level of control rather than the freedom that maybe we wanted. Do you see any way that we could access that freedom, that we could increase that freedom and get what was sort of the point with open access?
The problem is, of course, they're different. I'm sketching the picture in an extreme form as well to sort of make a point, because there are alternative forms of open access, especially in the humanities, that are more liberated in a way. But and there were problems with this initial vision, of course. It was quite naive in its pathos as well. So which is a problem which sort of opened up for that development that in the end happened. So can we have that freedom? I think it's a discussion that we have to have all the time in the academy, and I think we don't have the discussion nearly close enough. We have all kinds of quite sort of general assumptions about each other as well, about how the humanities, for instance, have an idea about how it is to be a scholar in technical subjects and vice versa. And we don't see each other's diversity nearly often enough. So I think we have to have much more conversations across disciplinary boundaries on how we form the scholarly records and how we engage with each other, with our careers, which we have to have, and with society at large, and who owns what we do. We have to have that discussion with each other much more, and in order to approach some form of responsible science rather than open science, I think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On the topic of underground digital audiences, the professor of media and communication at Lund University and also a visiting professor at the University of Westminster, welcome Annette Hill.
My interest in underground audiences came in a roundabout way when I started designing a production and audience study of cult conspiracy drama Utopia, which is made by Channel 4 and produced by the production company Kudos. Now, my team and I had real trouble recruiting people. The show had been cancelled, and its transmission window was long gone. And whilst fans had raved about the drama on social media, they didn't seem to want to talk to us. At first, we thought perhaps this was a general problem of lack of time or relevance. The drama wasn't trending anymore in public discussions or on its Reddit threads. So we tried putting a call out for participants through the official social media, done in this very playful way using conspiracy as a frame. And it was at this point that we realized Utopia was perhaps more popular abroad than at home in Britain, and that it was really, really popular with audiences and fans watching the show in informal ways. Of course, looking back now, it seems obvious. A cult conspiracy drama about the fate of humanity, corruption, and shadow democracies would attract shadow audiences who deeply distrust neoliberalism and are fearful of the impact of global capitalism on the environment. Ramon Lobato's work, which is called The Shadow Economies of Cinema, seemed really appropriate to our problem. We had stumbled into a study of audiences who wanted to live off the grid. Now, the shock of recognition, to use a phrase by the cultural theorist Raymond Williams, this continued as we started interpreting the interview data. Altogether, we gathered a total of 77 in-depth qualitative interviews with producers and audiences. And this involved 21 production interviews with the executive and creative producers and the actors behind the drama. And there were 56 audience and fan interviews with individuals and groups of young adults and adults, all aged around 16 to 38. And I'd like to thank my team of researchers here very much for helping me with this, which includes Julie Donovan, José Luis Urueta, and Coco Kondo. Now, the material shows how fans passionately engaged with multifaceted storytelling about fear, power, and morality. And we can say that some of the people that we talk to are conspiracy theorists. They're distrusting institutions, both political and cultural ones, so that even the broadcaster Channel 4, which is a public service commercial broadcaster, came under the suspicion by these fans for loose ties with a real-life version of the network, which in the drama is an evil shadow organization. But most of our participants in this study, the feeling that utopia was happening was connected much more to their general pessimism about the tender fate of humanity and the dark answer to the ultimate question of the drama: are we worth saving? Thus, a key research question for me, and which concerns my talk today, is who are these unmeasured audience? What are the faces and voices behind the piracy for this digital television drama? So when people like Ramon Lobato talk about informal digital economies, they note that this kind of informal route to content denaturalizes the taken-for-granted notion of audiences. And what I found in this research was a clash between formal and informal digital viewing practices, where the great unmeasured audience became a driving force for engagement with this very underground drama. Of course, there is a paradox, because these same people killed off the drama they loved by being underground audiences themselves. So let's look in more detail at who these people are. I want to show you that there's something going on with digital television audiences for cult drama like this show, or Mr. Robot. They are audiences in a new key, as Irving Goffman might say. Now, the writer Dennis Kelly explicitly said of this drama Utopia that he wanted to create, and I quote, not a national conversation, but a broader geopolitical conversation. And Utopia audiences and fans are from all over the place. In our research alone, we recruited fans from Russia, Estonia, Italy, France, America, Mexico, Chile, huge fan base in Chile, for example. Now, these people were finding Utopia in informal, advert-free, hard-to-measure ways, from online streaming and cloud sharing to friendly passwords and personal exchange of discs and sticks. And in the research, we more or less discovered 4 kinds of underground audiences. And we can call them fans as self-informing media citizens, as consumer choice advocates, as decentralized media sharers, and as activists. One Swedish fan saw the show after a discussion on Pirate Bay and went to the tattoo parlor to have a quote from the drama tattooed on his neck, "Where is Jessica Hyde?" Now that's the face of piracy. Let me give you some examples of these kinds of audiences that we found. This traveling fan roams around sites, using get-arounds for geo-blocking. A classic example of informal media engagement. I'm a big fan, they say. I watch it on a Russian website. It's kind of like streaming, and I guess it's kind of illegal. Note the hesitancy there. For another person that we spoke to, they had this underground news feed, a first release media citizenship voice. Utopia is one of the greatest discoveries that I've made. I'm the one who spread the news about Utopia. I stream the stuff I watch. For another fan, we could call them this consumer choice advocate. And he had 25 different series running during 1 week. I have so many series waiting in line right now, he says, and I try to see what new interesting stuff is going on, see the plots and trailers, and I add them to my website so that when they get released, I have a pop-up that says, hey, today is season 1 from this show. These kind of anti-industry tactics really come at a price, though. For example, one of the people we interviewed from Britain said, no commercials. I won't watch anything with commercials. I binge view everything in my own way. And then he says, hey, how we watch things, how we get our entertainment is different. It does seem like the best TV shows keep getting cancelled, he said. In this last comment, we see how these tactics backfire with a high price to pay for the impact of this decentralized content sharing. And of course, it's something of a paradox that the ideology of first release media citizenship that's driving a lot of these underground audiences also contributes to the demise of the show they love. Now, to be fair, fans of Utopia did try to save the show during the second season. And some started a campaign to semi-formalize their viewing practices by streaming the series from the Channel 4 website, albeit using the app Hola to access from abroad to get around geo-blocking. And these kinds of viewers shared tactics in the hope that they could turn the ratings around. So one activist, for example, explained, I would describe myself as a fan and a fighter. When I saw the announcement from the Utopia official account, I was completely mad. This is the best television I have ever watched. I'm a fighter for season 3. I signed the change.org petition to save Utopia. I contacted Netflix and told them to please buy the rights for Utopia and make season 3. I guess it's hopeless, but it gives me a little hope, they say. Now, I don't think any of these fans as activists or consumer choice advocates would describe themselves as criminals who lurk in the dark web of marketplaces. They see themselves as people who want to watch Utopia in their own way, using discourses around a sense of ownership and creativity and imagination. These fans avoid legal language associated with the production of rights for this commercial format. And they see the drama more as a creative piece of art rather than a commercial product for different territories and different platforms. And nor is there much of a discussion of the rights of producers or the performance rights of the musicians or actors. There's a critical appreciation of these professionals and a following of their work on social media, and also fan videos about the show and fans who create their own artistic contributions, for example, with music, published on SoundCloud or made for a competition in promotion with the drama. Now, for these audiences, their sense of ownership is similar to their role as participants and supporters, as part of the drama, integral to it. They're not consumers who are extra to it. And in one beautiful example here, where one of our interviewees described the sticky sounds of the experimental music in the drama, and he said, I have the whole soundtrack on my phone, and I walk around the city and listen to it. It just sounds so cool, he says, when you're walking and you picture yourself in a scene from Utopia. It's reality enhancing. So here we have this sense of Utopia, not as a place in the traditional concepts of Utopia, but as a cultural experience, almost a geocultural experiment with sound and storytelling and the power of the imagination. And one viewer reflected on this paradox of being an underground audience and also being an unmeasured audience within the systems within the industry. And he said, if they measure ratings on the shows like Utopia on a TV channel, where you're doomed to fail because the numbers are not going to be true or realistic, this show you watch in your space, up close and personal, on your own terms, they say. Now, I came to this research through this unusual route, and it leaves a lot of questions about what are underground audiences. Something is going on with Utopia that helps us see audiences in a new key. Now, Irving Goffman uses the musical analogy of key or mode to highlight how performance and play and social ritual can communicate what it is we think is really going on. He argues that we organize our experience through frames of understanding, but the meaning of an activity can be changed. Keying is taking something already meaningful in one primary frame and turning it into something else. In our case, media industries frame piracy as criminal. Different industry estimates place unauthorized streams of premium sports content in the millions, for example. An ArcSand study counted more than 1 million bits of premium video content available on pirate sites. Consumer Reports suggest more than half of Americans share passwords. Even taking into account these egregious big numbers for piracy figures and headline-grabbing accounts of the cost to media industries, we're still looking at something moving in between the periphery and center. And the call to action within this dramatic frame is to control or penalize these piracy acts by using digital watermarks or fines, or in extreme cases, imprisonment. And yet, for fans of Utopia, they are resisting this discourse of illegality and piracy and this commercial way of framing audiences. They're looking at experimental drama and music and films, and they're watching and listening in ways that we can't say are particularly transgressive and illegal, although it is in one sense. There are elements of resistance and tactics, campaigns, anti-commercialism, all going on in a general sense of, this is how I watch my show in my way, up close and personal. And there's this keying process that they're doing then is framing piracy and criminality and transforming it into first release cultural citizenship by these underground audiences. What is really going on for me is more related to experimental modes of engagement than discourses of piracy and illegality. Underground audiences are at odds with the overground policies and legal frameworks of the institutions of digital television. And yet experimentation, which these audiences stand for, is so crucial. As the composer for Utopia said, it's always pushing towards the future with experimentation for art and audiences. And I want to say there's a glitchy palette to underground audiences and their playful engagement, where it's a site of experimentation and alternative experience, and that's so important here. Their practices are sites of discovery, and they suggest how collective, individual and collective experiences can lead to transformative activities. These are illegal and transnational audiences that are living in a liminal zone where subversive and resistant ideas can flourish. And this glitchy palette of underground audiences tells us how people imagine the world as different, how they dialogue with a future where citizens are resistant to geopolitical power, where audiences are experimenters and feel part of a wider narrative about culture and politics. As this musician told us, "Man, this drama's so good, it treated me like an intelligent audience member of the story." And that is what underground audiences stand for. Thank you. You can access a free version of the report at this site. This was a report that we produced for the fans, and you're very welcome to take a look at it for free.
Thank you very much, Annette. We're running a wee bit over time, so thanks for now, and you'll come back for the panel. And we now listen to the presentation, The Digital Challenge, a Reconfigured Public Sphere, by the professor from the Department of Communication and Media at Lund University, Tobias Olsson. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Let's see if I got the slides here. Should have. Yes, indeed, I have. Thank you. That's very good. Okay, the title, as Lisa said, is The Digital Challenge, a Reconfigured Public Sphere. And let's start this by, for a little while at least, this very digital day, go analog. Let's look at what the media sphere looked like in the 20th century, what the 20th century public sphere looked like, and to see what's changed and what we can learn from that. This was an important part, really important instance of the 20th century on public sphere. Newspapers, morning newspapers, evening newspapers, local newspapers, regional, national. These papers, they offered information to citizens, commercial information, public information, and they also, not least, also provided a space for public debate and public discussion. They contained, among other things, editorials, presenting opinions on current matters, but also, not least, letters to the editor, in which the public could give voice to its opinions and ideas and present them within the public. It had a long-standing tradition, starting in the Swedish case already in the 17th century, and was an important pillar of the public sphere. Still is, to some extent. I'll get to that. But above all, nevertheless, during the 20th century, a really strong pillar of the Swedish public sphere, or rather most European public spheres, I should say. This is also the case with the next media technology that we're going to look at, radio. It was started out becoming a big thing in the 1920s, where originally BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, shaped radio in a manner that was then copied in most parts of Europe. Public service organization, hosting information, news, but also to some extent at least, venues for public debate and public discussion. With radio, it also came very often a nationwide coverage of news, nationwide coverage of debates, and so on and so forth. An important part of the public sphere throughout the 20th century. Still is to some extent, but as I said, I'll get to that. This is the 1920s onwards, and then in the 1950s, television. Television entered into everyday life slowly, more slow than radio. Took some time, was quite expensive. But in the Swedish case, the year 1958 was an important TV year, as that was the year when Sweden hosted the World Cup in football, which also then provoked a lot of selling of television sets, actually. Television also offering a great deal of news, presentation of current information, also debates. For instance, the presidential debates between Ronald Reagan and Jimmy Carter, I guess that is. Important part of the public sphere, important pillar of the public sphere, but people go for information, news, debates, to keep informed. Television rapidly and quite radically changed from the 1980s and onwards, not least by help of these things, the satellite receivers and the building up of cable TV and so on and so forth. Nevertheless, my point here is important pillar of the 20th century public sphere. Media in the 20th century public sphere then had something in common: newspapers, radio, and television. They were all based on the idea of offering information to the citizenry, rather than communication and participation. It was very much a matter of broadcasting, from the few to the many. It was also, they were also building on the notion that people working within these institutions, they were producing for the public sphere. And producing for the public sphere was a professional job. And relating to previous presenters here today, Lawrence Lessig and José van Dijck, I would say they were very keen on their position as editors. This was not a job for anyone to take on. They were local, regional, and national, and they all worked with the public service ethos, thinking, what does the citizenry need to know in order to make informed choices, and so on and so forth. In the early 1990s, internet entered the mass market, if you will. You could even actually use the specific year 1992 as a case in point, as that was the year when the first web browser, Mosaic, was launched, and from thereafter, the internet sort of got spread out through society quite quickly, very quickly even. So from the early 1990s, internet became a common thing in most households, in the Western world at least. And this created change for the public sphere. The public sphere became something completely, slightly at least, different. The 21st century public sphere is a digitalized, converged, and interactive public sphere. It is also a public sphere that is melted into one single global infrastructure. And it's a public sphere of communicating and participating users. Not only users who want to be informed and who want to read news and read the debates and so on and so forth. It's also users with an ambition to and a willingness to, greater willingness to actually contribute themselves. It's also a slightly different way of phrasing that is to say that they have gone from being just they've become producers. They are not only users, they are also producing users, which means that the public sphere, to an increasing extent today, is populated by both professionals and amateurs, needing to cooperate in various ways. There's also a multitude of channels. Some other people today talked about fragmentation. It's pretty much the same thing. It's a multitude of channels, multitude of venues, multitude of mediated spaces, which means that the audience, the previous audience of mass media is very much dispersed into small communities. And this change from the 20th to the 21st century, it has implications. It has had implications. And some of these implications are quite obvious, and we're going to talk and give you some examples of a very specific one. For one thing, and this you all know, I guess, the established business models for established media has been put under a lot of pressure. Not least newspapers, which rely on income from advertising and from subscriptions. And as subscriptions fees go down, and so does advertising income, which this becomes really problematic for the business model, established business model. Slightly different, though, for public service media, not relying on commercial funding in the same way. Nevertheless, these new circumstances create new challenges also for them to work in terms of how do we create and recreate trust in a commercial, in a digital environment. What should our strategies be when it comes to presenting our materials online, etc., etc. But what I'm going to illustrate here is a very specific challenge, namely the changing role and identities of media professionals. For instance, having nowadays to deal with users who want to participate and who want to contribute. When I say media professionals, I'm specifically thinking of the people previously today referred to as the editors. That is, the journalists and editors working within established news and media organizations, nowadays having to deal with users out there using the interactive opportunities to participate. So what do they think of this change? How do they perceive the change from the 20th century public sphere to the 21st century public sphere? Not very well. This is a data covering journalistic and editorial sense of hierarchy of work tasks. Proportion of respondents that find the work task being stimulating or very stimulating. Right on top you find Swedish journalists and editors saying that creating news stories is top priority. 94% of the journalists say that this is one of the most important things for us. That is also news articles, writing news articles and reports. That's sort of the core thing of our professions. That's what we would like to do. That's the sort of things that makes us like going into the work. However, further down, you see the instances having to do with dealing with users and citizens out there wanting to participate. For instance, web editing. 24% find that being a stimulating work task. And if you look way down there, edit reader comments, that is dealing with the things that users and send into the news organizations. 10% thinks that is a valuable thing to do. So basically, those things having to do with dealing with the participating users are not very highly or very lowly, I would say, ranked among the professionals. You can see this is in another way as well, when they get to respond in terms of what they think of the content that is offered to them by users wanting to participate. This is how they perceive that. Opinions about reader comments. Proportion of respondents, that is journalists and editors, that believe that the feature occurs often or quite often. User-generated content is characterized by linguistic errors. 96% of Swedish professional professionals think that is one of the defining features. Number 2 on the list comes, they do have a questionable ethics. Number 3 is they express extreme views. They are also part of a political campaign. So basically, these problematic dimensions or the weak parts of the user-generated content is the ones that the professionals tend to pay most attention to. Way down the list, you can see that 15% say that they give new ideas sometimes and add new facts sometimes. Overall, however, the overall impression is that Swedish journalists and editors are not very happy about the new media environment and the fact that users, the previous users, previous readers are also potential participators in communicating their points of view and their ideas. You can also see that in interview studies. It's a quote from an interview with a professional editor going, I mean, we don't let amateurs into the hospitals, despite the fact that it's ever so fun with medical treatment. I mean, this is a professional job, and it takes education and competence and understanding to make it work. It would be an underestimation of ourselves if we allowed for too much user-generated content. Here, once again, you see how the established profession of the 20th century sort of respond to and react to the opportunities for users to participate. Slight variation. You can have an important discussion within these forums, and then the idiots enter it, and everybody else leave. But we shouldn't be a playground for maniacs. You don't gain anything from that as a brand. And another variation. This is a reporter going, yes, they are uneducated. It's obvious, actually. Now, I'm not saying all, but there is a group who consists of grumblers who write a lot and have very extreme opinions. And that's a large group. Concluding remarks. The digital challenge, transformation of the 20th century public sphere into the 21st century public sphere, isn't only a techno-economic challenge. It's not only about business model. It also has to do with the change of the professional content for the people occupying or working within the business. It's also a challenge for their view of themselves as professionals. For instance, when it comes to dealing with the fact that users now both can and sometimes even want to participate and contribute with their own content. This is something that they are quite uneasy to deal with. And the reconfigured public sphere, the change between the 20th century public sphere and the 21st century public sphere, challenges basically what it means to be a producer of professional media. And also, I would say, what their professional practices ought to include. Because arguably, maybe given the contemporary circumstances and the contemporary media possibilities, maybe this dealing with participating users, dealing with users who want to participate, actually might be an important part of the role as a journalist or as an editor, and to make that a big thing rather than make that a big problem. And maybe it's up to managerial decisions within the media business to actually find ways to be productive, find productive ways for making use of this material. And I stop at my final point saying, with a question actually, it might be, and just referring back again to José van Dijck's presentation and also Lawrence Lessig's presentation from earlier today, having to do with these values. Maybe there is a value, a specific public service value for the journalistic profession there to deal with users wanting to participate and be not only users but also active producers. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tobias, and we need to be moving on, so thanks. And we are laying up on stage today's final speaker on the topic of the connected author, social networks and digital platforms promoting literature. Welcome to Associate Professor at the Department of Arts and Cultural Sciences at Lund University, the Division of Digital Cultures, Sara Kärrholm. Thank you.
Okay.
The demands on the fiction writer's visibility on the book market have lately come to more and more encompass visibility on social and digital platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Since the international breakthrough of Swedish crime fiction through the success of, for instance, Stieg Larsson's Millennium Trilogy, crime literature has become the most successful and rapidly expanding genre on the Swedish book market today. As a consequence of the genre's great visibility, crime writers are at the forefront of making brand names for themselves through digital platforms. I have undertaken a study of a group consisting of 15 crime writers who are active on digital platforms in order to examine the importance of social and digital networking for the authors. The study forms part of a larger investigation, and its results will be compared to other investigated material categories. So, how is the marketing of the writers and their books influenced by the structure, but also the expectations associated with the different platforms? Where is the main focus? Is it on the books or on the personal brand of the author? Who is participating in the social activities on their official pages? And what does this say about the networks of importance for writers, and specifically crime writers today? I will try to answer these questions. And at the end of this talk, I will also lift 3 writers to exemplify how very differently writers within this group may work to personalize their accounts and handle the relationship with their readers. For this study, I mainly studied the Facebook accounts of the chosen writers. The writers have been chosen on a principle of diversity, and you see the 15 writers here. Some represent established authorships within the genre, while others are new. Some have gained international reputation, while others have not to the same extent. And some are recognized literary celebrities, you might say, while some are not, and so on. And the reason for this is that I have wanted to avoid to make the mistake of presenting crime writers as a homogeneous group. They share some interests and work conditions, but not others. There is a great diversity when it comes to how the different pages are handled by the different writers or their marketing teams within the group. When it comes to the frequency rate, for example, as you see on this slide, with which writers post on their pages, the numbers show great variety. During the whole year of 2016, some of them have published maybe 20 to 30 posts, while others, like Arne Dahl or Vivica Sten, have posted around 400 times. So there's a great diversity there. Some of the writers are communicating themselves directly, while others make use of so-called teams that handle most of their activity. In these cases, the persons behind the messages can, for instance, call themselves Team Nesser or Team Kepler, making it clear that the writers themselves are not communicating directly. Even if there are some examples of this, I have found that most of the writers actually seem, although it's really hard to know, difficult to tell for sure, to be directly interacting and actively controlling the posts on their pages. Many of the writers use their pages to make announcements of new books, translations, literary events, and signings. Some focus mainly on this type of activity, making the promotion of their books one of the key features of the communication. Facebook in itself can raise expectations of a certain kind of communication where the personality of the account holder and the expressions of it through a combination of text and images are central. So several of the study writers also use their official Facebook pages as a means not only to market their books, but themselves, both as authors and as interesting personalities in different ways. This can be done by, for instance, posting about family life, vacations, as well as about different other aspects of the life as a writer, or other aspects of your career life. Some writers also use their accounts to make adjustments to author brands, to their author brands to the public when it comes to certain parts of their public persona. Through their Facebook account, they can present themselves as more nuanced, multi-skilled persons and professionals than may be done in TV interviews or advertisements, for instance. Sorry, I'm going back. Except for communicating with the readers, many of the writers also use it to communicate with and to promote their own publishing houses or literary agents, as well as co-writers in the field. Several of the writers attend events together that they post about on their pages. The most prominent of these events in 2016 was the literary festival, and I had some images from that in the beginning of the presentation, from the festival Crime Time Gotland that all the studied writers attended. Many of them posted frequently during the week-long event, and their posts often include the mentioning and tagging of colleagues. Besides from this type of cross-references among the group, some of the writers are personal friends and comment on each other's updates, and it also happens occasionally that they make contact through commenting on another writer's post, even if they don't know each other previously. When it comes to the social interactions with the readers, there are also several functions that are performed through the meeting between writers and readers in this digital environment. Readers use the channels to keep updated on the news surrounding a specific authorship, but they sometimes also express support on a personal level. It can be anything from commenting on how they have experienced the reading of a certain book to actually providing comments about the appearance of an author, or providing comforting words when the author's life seems extremely hectic or demanding. Some of the writers explicitly comment on this function as an important one and express gratitude because it helps them to overcome the more lonely aspects of the life as a writer. I will now provide you with 3 examples in order to give you an idea of how different writers personalize their account to make them stand out and create an impact on their readers. One is the self-published writer Emily Schepp. Because she started out without a publisher, the marketing she herself has stood for has mattered more than for most others. Schepp goes to great length to give a personal answer to all reader comments. She appears to spend more time and energy than most other writers when it comes to promoting herself and her books in different ways. Schepp's posts often include a direct invitation for the reader to act. They may encourage them to go out and buy a specific title, to vote for one of her books in a competition, or even to use their own social media accounts to promote Schepp's books in different ways. Because of her personal address and the way she makes herself available to her readers when responding to their questions, she also succeeds in gaining a lot of reader support. This is often expressed through readers commenting on a direct result of her post that they have gone out and bought, that they have recommended to a friend, just finished reading, and so on. So the results of this marketing is thus often directly measurable, at least the initial effects of it. Another example that stands out in the group is the writing duo Lars Kepler. Their Facebook account is openly directed by Team Kepler, making the supporters aware that they cannot assume to be interacting directly with the duo at any time. However, during the launch of their latest title in 2016, Team Kepler announced that the account was temporarily going to be taken over by the couple. Alexander and Alexandra Andoril taking over their own account is thus presented as a kind of a happening, where the followers should take their chance to interact while they can. During a couple of weeks, the duo were frequently posting, providing their readers with parts of their creative process when writing, while also expressing themselves artistically through photos and video clips that were also shared through their Instagram accounts. The posts were not only informative or personal, but used to kind of mystify and even build on a writer's myth surrounding this authorship. And this type of marketing is a way to strengthen the author brand and to make it stand out among contemporaries. The last example is a relative newcomer in the field, Malin Persson Giolito. She has chosen not to create a separate account for her official persona, but to simply let her personal account be open for everyone to follow. This, and the fact that she mixes posts about her authorship with a great amount of posts about all kinds of things, makes her account seem less created for the sole purpose of promoting herself as a crime writer or interacting with her readers. She stands out as one of the most active posters in the group, with around 400 posts. Her very humoristic style makes her come through as if she could very well be blogging as a comedian, while her identity as a crime novelist seems less important. She has a friends list of more than 1,000 people. And the overall impression of her account is thus that she is a person who is very generous when it comes to sharing all aspects of her life, and that her life is a very fulfilling one, where her role as a writer is only one of several happy ingredients. The study reveals that there are many aspects of these writers' accounts that are used for similar goals, but also that there is room for a great deal of variation. One conclusion is that there are no actual standards for how writers are supposed to work with their personal brands through these channels. They seem to all develop personal ways to design their accounts. This can also be interpreted as one of many strategies that writers need to adapt today in order to stand out among others in the climate of great abundance that marks both the Swedish crime genre and the book market. The Facebook accounts are also used to expand the author's brand by including other cultural expressions, products, or even people. Another conclusion concerns the social aspects of crime writing. Facebook can and is often used as a place for meeting other writers and connecting to people in a way that can become a welcome complement to another otherwise lonely work situation. However, Facebook as a platform also facilitates the blurring of boundaries between work and leisure time, private and professional, which can lead to positive as well as negative outcomes for these writers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sara. I can ask the rest of the speakers to come up and take a chair, and you can answer a question, so we can, we fill the time while they drop up here. How do you see this last point that you said, that it blurs the boundaries between professional life and private life for the authors? Do you see a risk in this for the authors, and what does that look like, if so?
I see that, yes. I mean that. Of course, since it's their work life that they are usually posting about, but they can become very private in their address to their readers. And that is, of course, I mean, for many of these authors, that seems like a welcome ingredient, actually. They like interacting with their readers, and there is something very positive socially in this communication. But of course, when the communication becomes a one-way communication, that you're really giving a lot of yourself and maybe not gaining so much in return, that can also be a cause for exhaustion for these writers. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Please take a seat. And José, welcome back. I will, in a minute, give the word to you in the audience, so please start formulating those questions. But I was just thinking first that I think I see two rather different themes here when listening to your presentations. One, I'd say, is more of José's and Jutta's theme of a perceived freedom that is really turning into more of a prison, or at least some type of control situation where a pattern where a consumer or a researcher needs to relate to and conform to, while Annette's and Tobias' presentations were more on the powerful consumer or user, making sort of the media shape according to the consumer's needs. And Sara ends up somewhere in the middle, but a little bit more erring on the side of Annette and Tobias, I think, with the consumer, the reader, in your case, being very active. What I was thinking is, if these two pictures are true at the same time, they seem to be contradictory, but they're probably both true, how do they relate to each other? Could any of you comment on that? How do they tie into each other in some way? The powerful and the powerless private person, sort of, and user.
Well,
Jutta looked like you thought I was on the track of something. This is a little vague. I'm making it difficult for you, but you seemed like you were recognizing this in some way.
Absolutely, it's a returning topic. It's like it gives some freedom, takes some freedom. It's how the structures for how we deal with information, how we deal with our lives are sort of constrained by various technologies, if you want. And we are never free in any sense. It's just we have to relate to them. The question is the question of ownership and how much we can impact how we relate to them. And that is kind of a negotiation that goes on and on and on. It's like the pizza crusting. Do we have some saying in how thick and how thin the pizza crust is? Do we even see the pizza crust, or have we added so much topping on it that the pizza crust has become totally invisible to us in that way? And somehow we sort of trying to come to see the pizza crust and to do something with it, but in the end, it's some sort of. I don't see those as in opposition. I see those two themes that you very nicely work out here as very closely related, actually. It's impossible to distinguish.
I think they're actually quite complementary, as you're saying. And if I may, I can extend that metaphor, although I begin to dislike it very much, much as I dislike pizza. But I think, the kinds of the YouTubes and the Facebooks very much need the kind of users, the participants that you were pointing at, because it gives them a lot of credibility, it gives them a lot of sort of, the idea that you can play on that ground. And of course, they're not just very powerful consumers, they're also very much, pointing towards the diversity of users that they're facilitating. So I think the very word user, I think I've written a long time ago in 2009 or 2008, I wrote an article on the power of the user and how, there's many types of users that you need to take into account. It's not either or, it's both and it's all of those users that are needed to turn the ecosystem into a powerful system.
There are also non-users, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Tobias.
Yeah. No, I would say that it's precisely that makes it interesting. I think the fact that there is a constant and instantly ongoing negotiation between opportunities and constraints, and how that it's being played out also varies between situations and between different contexts. Sometimes you can actually perceive and get a sense of the fact that here we are dealing with strong users in some instances, but not in all instances. And some other ways, some other places, in some other context, you would find that power structure totally flipped around. So I think that's one of the most interesting parts, I would say, of when it comes to studying these things.
Mm-hmm. Annette?
Yeah, I mean, the work that we've been doing is very much arguing, first of all, look at the systemic power structures for digital television, and it all is a framing discourse and sort of straitjacket for what real people are doing. So I want to start by saying that those systemic sort of power structures are framing these people as illegal, as pirates, as unmeasured. Well, those are all commercial terms. Those are all legal terms. And it's important to start afresh and say, well, what language can we use for these people who are looking at content and doing things in very imaginative and interesting and exciting ways and experimenting, which isn't using that language. So that's a soft power that I want to get across in the work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sara, did you?
Yes. Well, I think you shouldn't underestimate the positive outcome. I mean, the reasons why these platforms have become so powerful is, of course, that there is something in it for the users, something very attractive and useful, and they wouldn't attain these amounts of power if that wasn't the case. So you have to also address the dreams and wishes and kind of fantasies of the users. In this case, the relationship between readers and writers, I think that the writers are engaged in selling also a dream about the life as a writer, for instance, that it can be glamorous, that it can contain all these other things other than just sitting at your room and writing, that can be quite nice in different aspects. And that's very powerful. The readers are clearly engaged in it and really wanting to get there and to know more about it. So you shouldn't underestimate those aspects, the positives, even if they are also kind of steered by the platform, so to speak. That's very important to address, of course, but there is something there that cannot be ignored.
Sure, there's two sides of the same coin, right?
So I hope I will get to use the catch box again. Are there any questions? Yes?
Hello. Yeah. Pretty short question. I'm just curious of what your opinions on Mastodon are, and if you are excited or if you know about it. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Mastodon, decentralized social network.
A decentralized social network. Have you heard about it? Yes, Annette has.
Based on open source software.
Yeah, I mean, I know a little about it. I hope other people on the panel know more and the audience knows more. But I'm all for it. Any decentralized, experimental alternative is great. I mean, any way to get...
Would either of you...
Any way to work against algorithmic power is really important, because I think there's something incredibly vital at the moment, which is that shock of recognition I just described in my talk. That needs to happen to people individually. Something needs to happen where they go, do you know what, I'm not putting up with that anymore. I'm not
Would you give us a tiny brief on
power.
what this is? Or
well,
if we ask the
I think you should say. Tell us.
I'll have to confess that I don't know a lot.
But
either,
since the panel doesn't know anything, apparently, except for Annette, sorry.
No, it's just like conceptually
the
idea of a decentralized social network where not one person owns the entire thing, but anybody can run an instance of the network, and take away the power of like big institutions like for Google and Facebook from owning all the data and profiting off of it.
Yeah.
So like taking away that power. And
I think that resistance and tactics is so important to get against the big five.
Yeah. Sounds a bit like, it does sound a bit like the internet from the very beginning, actually. It was a distributed network of something that nobody owned, actually. But see what happened.
Yeah. José?
Well, actually, there have been quite a number of examples that fit your category of new social platforms that try to do away with all the power strings with the big networks or the big five. Telegram was an example of, I think it was launched in 2011 as an alternative to WhatsApp. You remember Telegram? No, you don't. Well, I don't know Mastodon, so there we're even. But Telegram was a big thing, when it was introduced. It was introduced as a new sort of WhatsApp. And WhatsApp, of course, was just bought up by Facebook, which is now owned by Facebook. And so by the introduction of Telegram, we were very excited about, we're going to use Telegram because it doesn't use our data. It respects our privacy. It doesn't share any data with other social networks. Well, what happened, the problem is there's still sort of a core group that uses Telegram, but for one thing, I decided immediately to change from WhatsApp to Telegram, and guess what happened? My entire family, who I'm actually communicating through on WhatsApp, they refused to switch to Telegram. So that is that's in a nutshell what happens to many of these so-called alternatives. Now, I think they're really alternatives, and they would be good alternatives if we massively transferred to those networks. But we do not do that massively. Just a few of us do that, and that's the whole thing. You can't get away from a platform ecosystem because of the network effects. That's the reason why they're so big in the first place, and because everyone is connected to that particular platform. You have several alternatives for putting your videos on YouTube. I can name you at least five alternatives. Still, most of the people use YouTube because it's watched by so many. And that is the catch-22 of the big platforms. They're getting better and better. The more you use them, the better they get. And that's, the more users they have, the least likely you're to switch, because there's a lot of switching costs involved in moving on to another network. And that, I totally agree with you. It would be, really good if we would switch to those kind of networks. The thing is, we don't, because all the network's effects are so powerful in, the platforms that have, become so powerful because of their usability.
Jutta?
I agree with you about that. The stickiness of the social networks is, of course, a big challenge to make it almost impossible to move everybody. On the other hand, I think this case is a bit different because it's technologically different. It's the software is spread out in a network, like a peer-to-peer system, right? Like you used for downloading files. And I was actually waiting for that to happen for search engine. I was thinking, because one of the big problems with search engines with Google is that is of course the algorithmic power, but the real problem is the centralized index that Google and Microsoft and Yandex to a degree has. They have indexes of the web, so you don't search the web live, but you search on these sort of indexes that they build, and they are gigantic, and nobody has the financial resources to counter that and to build up an alternative. So the only way, unless we kind of probably get together, and I think the French attempted something like that at one point, to make a public index of the web, but it doesn't look good on that front. So the only way to get around that, to enable other algorithms searching the web, because we can't access the index, is by having peer-to-peer solutions to that. And that's probably a step in that direction. Although I probably, in the case of social networks, the stickiness is really the real challenge for moving. But technically, it's an interesting development.
More questions? Okay, just keep, over there. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tore Husfeldt. I'm a professor of computer science here. So I guess this goes back to the first talk of the session, this idea of controlling the spread of what some people refer to as fake news on Facebook. And I want to push back a bit on that, because maybe I'm misrepresenting your position, but clearly you don't want to advocate that people should not be allowed to lie in the public sphere. No?
No.
On the other hand, we seem to try to want to establish some kind of mechanism from preventing a certain kind of false information to spread through the network. So I'm not sure I want that, but let's assume this is a valid position to have. So can you help me think about, I'm looking for some kind of framework that distinguishes the, in my view, completely immoral desire to prevent people from lying from the possibly valid desire to prevent false information from being spread. So it's very difficult for me to distinguish between these things, but from your talk it sounded as if this was easy, or at least the desire was laudable, and I don't even agree on that. So can you unpack that for me?
Yeah, well, it is a very difficult question. For one thing, I'm not against people lying in the public sphere. That happened, throughout history. And there's no use in arguing that we should invent technology that would prevent that. And that's not the issue. We could, probably. What could possibly go wrong? Right. Well, a lot can go wrong. But yeah, but my point was actually that the outsourcing of the responsibility to negotiate what is fake news and what is, truthful news, quote unquote, it's outsourced to an engine, like an algorithm. It's outsourced to technology, and that technology doesn't allow us to peer into that black box that would show us how it came to a certain process of argumentation. At least Tobias was actually comparing it to the 19th century newspapers, where at least there was openness. There was also, there were also processes in 19th century newspapers about what news, was pushed to become truth and what news would,
But now you're making it too easy for you, right? Because Facebook is deliberately, at least until last year, not trying to editorialize based on veracity of content.
Absolutely.
You seem to advocate editorializing on veracity of content, but now you're talking yourself into a position that tells me that that's not actually neither technologically plausible nor morally acceptable.
No, actually, Facebook did two things. First, and that I said in my talk, they say we are not a media company, so we're withdrawing from the responsibility to have those editorial responsibilities, pointed out or laid out for the public. Secondly, if they were sort of hesitant, after this big backlash, they said, okay, if we are held accountable for the distribution of fake news, that's another thing. We need to have in place technologies that help shift in the distribution system, help shift and make a distinction between what fake news is from what's not fake news. And therefore, they're doing two things. They're withdrawing themselves from public accountability, from being a sectoral responsible actor, and secondly, they're outsourcing, the distinction between what's fake news and what's not to their users and other news companies that have taken that editorial responsibility. So that is the full length of my argument. So it's like in two stages.
Thank you. Annette wanted to
I just wanted to add to that. I mean, we're talking about these very broad, abstract notions of truth and trust and fairness, which are really important. But around news and fake news, the fundamental thing we have to start with is what is news? I'm really sorry, but that's an incredibly important thing to add into the mix, because that phenomenological question, what is this thing called news? And then what do we value about it? What's important about it? We have to come from that, because our ways of judging it are very different from the 19th century. We're very different from 10 years ago or 5 years ago. So all the statistical indicators about what is news have to adjust to, first of all, a phenomenological question of what is it? What is news today? Because it's obviously different. And I think that's really important before we get to trust, truth, who gets to decide on that, what's fake, what's real, what's deception, what's not. I think, the generic nature of news and our experience of news has to be really sort of questioned and looked at. It's obviously different.
Some kind of definition of news so that we can make the distinction between you're lying, which is allowed, and you're spreading fake news, which is maybe not allowed.
More than a definition, an understanding of what the phenomenology of news. What is that experience of news, and what are the values around it, and where's the tension? Because what we say is news is quite different. I mean, I've researched a lot on audiences of news in lots of different countries, and what is news to them is a really open question. Then how you judge it, how you value it, how you think about if it's true or not, or fake or not, all comes from their sense of their experience of news. So I just want to sort of put that into the mix there. It's super important.
Absolutely. José?
Well, actually, I don't think there's a generic definition of news, and we shouldn't even, want to have one. For one thing, historically, there has never been one definition of news, and it has always been a rhetorical question. But what I think is...
I would never say that.
No.
Of course there isn't.
But what I think more important even is that you have access to not just the definition of what you call news as a news organization. It's your responsibility to discuss that into the open and to define for an audience what you call news and what you don't. And that is what we call editorial responsibility and editorial openness. So, and now I return to your question, what really made Facebook think about that editorial responsibility is that advertisers were withdrawing their money from their type of business model. So it's not that they all of a sudden took a public responsibility to define what's news and what's fake news. No, it was advertisers that sort of pushed them into turning this into a responsibility. And they never actually went as far as to call themselves a news company of assuming that responsibility for news. But, they said, okay, if we have this responsibility, we might as well outsource it to an algorithm, to the audience, to the users, to other news companies. It's not something that we do. So they really do this withdrawal and at the same time sort of, taking their responsibility act, which I think is really sort of misleading.
Trying to take the responsibility they claim they never had.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Tobias?
Yeah, I find it a bit, it's tricky to discuss these things. I think that you have really good points here, but it's also, I think it's hard not to include any sort of notion of media or ICT literacy to such a discussion like this. I mean, it's even though you might be able to get these big fives to take the responsibility, it's also a matter of creating critical awareness among citizens in general and young citizens in particular about how these things what actually can happen in these contexts. That is to get a good sense of how to navigate within this complex media environment where things that we refer to as fake news do appear, and how do we recognize fake news as fake news, and how can we navigate within this tricky environment?
Jutta?
Well, I just wanted to add that actually we do have laws that outlaw lying in public. We have libel laws, for instance, where you can't just say anything about somebody, and that would be lying, and that we actually do regulate certain ways of lying in public already. So now I'm not advocating that Facebook should go and sort of, so this is a lie, this is a lie, this isn't a lie, and do some sort of censorship through that. But we have to think that we do actually, it's not that it doesn't exist. And then also we have to distinguish between what does a private person do and what does an institution do, and how do we distinguish between that, and can we see, and how we have the media and information literacy part coming in for users to be able to distinguish what is which institution is saying what and what is a private person there. And these kind of differentiations get quite blurry in these social networks in a way. And from that point, although it seems like a sort of a way of Facebook again pushing for free labor from its users to kind of exploit value by exploiting the labor of their users like they've done all the time, by making them judge the reliability or the fakeity of their, or truthiness of the posts on Facebook. On the other hand, it's also quite. It's not just a withdrawing from responsibility, it's also kind of a withdrawing from being accused of censorship, because it's also a way to decentralize that responsibility in a way, to push it back. So it's kind of, it's understandable also from their point of view, and it's also kind of a way to counter, I suppose, accusations of censorship that are certain to come. So it's complicated.
Thank you. Yes? Great.
Yeah, I have a comment on the distributed censorship, and that it works perfect in Wikipedia again. There people can write whatever they want, and people come in there and correct it afterwards, and it's rather reliable. So why shouldn't it work for Facebook?
I know the answer to that.
Pass it on.
Yeah, so again, Wikipedia solves almost all of the problems that we have here, and that is because, now I'm talking like a Popperian, because Wikipedia has a routine way of subjecting information to institutionalized disconfirmation. So that's what you want. You want a forum where you can make a truth claim, and then there's a routine for disconfirming that truth claim. So Wikipedia has organized that in fantastic ways, and it works perfectly. It's absolutely, without any comparison, the most trustworthy source of information in the history of civilization. It's an amazing thing. And it's distributed, open, and it works just like Carl Raimund Popper would have predicted it. On the other hand, Facebook is lacking the centralized routine disconfirmation model. If every single news item in Facebook was linked to a single central place where all the counter-arguments would be, then that problem would be solved. Now, obviously, Facebook doesn't want to do that because Facebook lives from having happy users, and users are not, right? But Facebook is not, I mean, the business model of Facebook is to make the users happy, right? So if Facebook changed to be Wikipedia, then people would stop being, only the nerds are on Wikipedia, right? I am on Wikipedia. So then Facebook would be a place for nerds who care about truth. Right?
Thank
and nobody,
you.
But
These are
Facebook,
some really interesting points. I just want to hear if they want to add something in the panel.
So then people would run away from Facebook and over to my network. So it's yeah. I'm sorry for. Let's give it back to the panel.
Yes, Sara, please.
Yes, but I think there's a bit of a problem here by comparing Wikipedia to Facebook, because Wikipedia has another purpose. It's about facts. It's about the organization of facts and information about things, while Facebook isn't really constructed for that purpose in the first place. There's a lot of other things going on Facebook, like staging oneself as a person, as an individual, and sometimes storytelling about my personal life and my life with my friends and my family and so on. I think that is more at the core of Facebook than actually communicating facts. So it becomes complicated there because, when it comes to truth and false, that is very difficult to judge in such a context. Yeah.
That's a really good point, Sarah. Yeah. Thanks. I'd love to continue this conversation and the questions, but we do need to wrap up. We are ending the program for today, and I'd like to end it with a question to all of you. Those of you that listen to the morning sessions have heard it before, because I'd like to hear each and every one of you say something about what you would like to dive deeper into in your field of research, or what you would see someone else put light on in your field of research, something that hasn't been covered yet, that you say, this is interesting, we need to know more about this, because this is a scientific symposium and we're all here to learn more. So, Tobias, do you want to start?
Really simple question to answer.
I'll make it simple for you by saying you can only choose one thing. So it doesn't have to be the most important one, but just pick one.
I think and I'm talking about I need to talk from my own preferences, obviously. Then I would say we still need to know a great deal more about the role digital media play within people's everyday lives. That's per se a vast area, but I think that's an important area to dig even deeper and more into. Yeah.
Thank you. Annette?
And I would say, assume less, investigate more. Would be a wonderful mantra for anything I want to do. And in the case of what I talked about today, it's about art and experimentation, in particular with people. Or we could be looking at fake news. But assume less, investigate more with the people who are actually trying to engage or disengage with these things.
Thank you. Jutta?
Difficult. Probably how to make the invisible information infrastructures visible in a sort of meaningful way, rather than just pointing with the finger, it is dangerous, also in order to create new forms of media and information literacy. So yes, that probably.
Yes, very good, thanks. Sara?
I think, well, I'm into what you talked about earlier, about how these things and technology affects people in their everyday lives, and social relationships and so on. But also how the virtual, so to speak, or digital can be connected to physical, analog reality, so to speak. That, for instance, for the whole crime fiction part of book market, readers are as interested in going to literary festivals and interacting directly with authors, actually seeing them on stage and so on, as they are of reading about them on Facebook. So there is a kind of sometimes how, for instance, platform society can be an interrelation between things happening on the platform and in reality, changing reality in different ways.
Thank you.
Yeah.
José?
Okay, I would just like one thing. I would like to find a recipe for drafting a democratic platform society. And by draft, I mean that's an acronym for democratic, responsible, accountable, fair, and transparent. And those are only the 5 values that I would like to see, see back in that new crust that we're going to work on with all of us.
Thank you very much. It's been great to listen to you all. It's been great to see your participation and to have this great panel on stage. So thank you, Tobias Olsson, Annette Hill, Jutta Heider, Sara Kärrholm, and José van Dijck. Thanks so much. And very welcome back here tomorrow. In the morning session, we will be talking about digital issues in a global time, about global and international. And in the afternoon, we'll talk about robotics and artificial intelligence and many more interesting issues. So welcome back. Thanks.